Alright. We are back with more Deltarune. I'm going to try and record more than just one save file per session today, because this is taking too long. At this rate, I'll have to record for like 11 more sessions, and that's ridiculous. So, funny enough, though, when I loaded back in, the hacker was here. He was not here before. Hello. I went to the store, and they needed a signature to use a credit card. Okay. But when I tried to encrypt my signature by drawing random squiggles, they didn't like that. That's funny. I'm pretty sure that's a joke, which is not necessary to analyze. Okay, cool. Ooh. Hello. Huh? What's going on? What are we doing? Let me pull up Noelle's encounter with this guy and see if there's anything of note. Okay, nothing too fancy here. Take care, X. Huh? What are you telling me to do? Act? Can someone please explain what's going on? Oh boy, is this your first time in a battle? Well, yes. Oh boy. You and Viro-Kun explained how battles work to Noelle. It's quite amusing that the Viro-Kun is so accommodating. I get it, it's kind of like Dragon Blazers. And if we're nice to you, we can win through mercy? Yeah. And the way I have to do that is dressing up in a weird costume? Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty funny. It also raises the possibility that, like, some of these mechanics, like the background turning into this, like, grid. Have you ever noticed that the background becomes this, like, shifting purple grid? That's kind of weird, isn't it? Because, like, that's true in Chapter 1 as well. Certainly supports the theory that Deltarune's, like, in a simulation or something. But I digress. It's interesting, though, if, like, Noelle actually sees that. And, like, so it's another case of Toby Fox blurring the lines between game mechanics and in-universe lore, where it's like, how much of these health bars and numbers and the TP meter in the background, how much of that is Noelle able to see? Oh man. What's funny about Noelle here is that she actually has like a cup of something that she's trying to give to the patient, but it's a different shade of brown than whatever Chris has. So maybe it's coffee? Possibly? Nice. Damn. Looks healthy. Noelle looks so shocked. Do it again. Nice. Alright. Okay, yeah, this is interesting though. Noelle has Heal Prayer and Sleep Mist, as well as Ice Shock. Ice Shock is... Well, we'll talk about this when we get out of combat. Needs affordable healthcare, don't we all? Offered a cold compress. Oh, that's fun. Okay, we can get out of here. You'll notice Noelle has 90 health currently, because she's still level 1. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at... Oh, hey, Lancer. I forgot about Lancer. A soft cream is following you. Can we make them a bad guy? A soft cream. Interesting. This is mostly just a hint. I mean, it's a callback to the Lancer being a quote-unquote bad guy in Chapter 1, but in this chapter, it's actually referencing Snowgrave, so it's a little bit of a hint. I don't think there's been any other Lancer dialogue that we've missed, but I'll double check. Okay, yeah. I did miss one or two lines from Lancer. Immediately after the Sweet Cap and Cakes fight, he can say, "Sounded like milk out there. Splat! Were you three osmosing without me?" Which is a reference to how the Sweet Cap and Cakes will use almond milk to heal themselves if their health gets low. And if you immediately after you split up, from Rouse and Susie, Lancer can say, "Split up, we'll solve this mystery fast. You split up, we'll solve this mystery fast. You can be the untalking dog." So basically, he's referencing Scooby-Doo, and he's saying that Chris can be Scooby-Doo, but without the talking part. So that's kind of funny. And that's it. Okay, so that's all the Lancer stuff we missed. More importantly, let's take a look at Noelle. She's got a snow ring on, a silver watch, and a royal pin. She has a Graze Time as an ability because she's a deer. Oh my god. So her magic is at 12, which is huge. Her coldness is at 47, which I suspect gets quite a bit higher when you go the Snowgrave route. I like how her description might be able to use some cool moves, which is not only a hint to the Snowgrave route, but also a pun. And her boldness is negative 12, which is pretty funny, and she has no guts. It is interesting how guts continues to be an important stat in all of these characters. Yeah, there's definitely evidence that courage, or bravery, whatever you want to call it, is going to be a core concept in Deltarune. Snowcaster. Heavenly Light restores a little HP to one party member. Depends upon magic. So, yeah, this is another rare instance of heavenly anything being referenced. Which, the fact that Rouse and Noelle can both learn it. I mean, it does prove that Rouse was right about how healing magic can be learned by anybody. That does raise some questions about the nature of heaven and about the angel, because if it can be learned by anybody, that almost implies that the angel is... I mean, I guess I always theorized that the angel was an ascended monster, so it makes sense that all monsters can learn healing magic, and the angel itself is a healer. So yeah, that's interesting. A cold mist sweeps through, sparing all tired enemies. A cold mist sweeps through. Sleep mist. Rouse can pacify one enemy, but being able to pacify multiple enemies at once is interesting. It's powerful magic. Then Ice Shock deals magical ice damage to one enemy. So, yeah, Noelle's got some interesting abilities. Most of it seems pretty tame. The fact that she can potentially knock out multiple enemies at once has some spooky connotations in Snowgrave. Like, just imagine Noelle sweeps into a room, everyone falls unconscious, like she's some sort of terrifying cryptid. Yeah, no, there's some potential there for interesting connotations. Yeah, and Act is still not magic. However, let's talk about the snow ring, a ring with the emblem of the snowflake. The emblem of the snowflake. Why is it the snowflake? Why, instead of a snowflake? Is this a special snowflake? Interesting. Grazing bullets affects the turn length by 10% more. Oh, okay, so grazing bullets makes it toward the attack's end quicker, I think? Which I guess the silver watch enhances that. which makes sense since it's a defensive item that has to do with time, so it shortens the time that enemies can attack you. A brooch engraved with Queen's face. Careful of the sharp part, because it's going to be used, or can be used, by Noelle to, whatever it's called, create a dark fountain. As for the dialogue you can get, yeah, so the Snow Ring is Noelle's default weapon and can only be equipped by her. When you attempt to equip it to Susie, she says, "It smells like Noelle." If you attempt to give it to Ralsei, he says, "Are you proposing?" And when you attempt to equip it to Noelle, she says, "Thank goodness," in parentheses, implying it's something she's thinking. Which, of course, she's thinking this because Chris had to take the ring from her in order to get it. Although, as the trivia page points out, this could also be in reference to the fact that if you took off the Snow Ring, that you'd really only do that if you were equipping her with a different ring, namely the Freeze Ring or the Thorn Ring, which are, much more nefarious and disturbing rings. So yeah, and interestingly, you can only get this dialogue if you have started the Snowgrave route and then quit, because you have to be able to get at least the second ring in order to unequip the Snow Ring, and only then can you show the Snow Ring to Ralsei or Susie, which adds extra romantic connotations to the whole Ralsei saying, "Are you proposing?" since the Snowgrave route in general has romantic elements to it. So that's interesting. Then there's the Silver Watch. When equipped, grazing bullets affect the length of the turn 10% more, and 2 defense is granted. In the Light World, this is one of those rare items that has a Light World equivalent. It's described as maybe an expensive antique, stuck before noon. A watch that is old and antique, valuable, and stuck before noon. So 12:30. Or just before 12:30. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, obviously any more connotations, like the time loop, the fact that all of the clocks in town are frozen and always show the same time, including Noelle's watch, does make it feel like time is not moving forward properly, which would make sense if there was a time loop. So, if you equip the Silver Watch to Susie, she says it's clobbering time, which is a reference to the Fantastic Four, specifically the Thing, or is that its name? The Thing? I always forget. He has a really generic name. I'm not sure why she's referencing that while equipping the Silver Watch. Oh, it could be according to the trivia page, it could be a reference to a professional wrestler called CM Punk, who mimes checking a wristwatch and yells, "It's clobbering time," during his entrance. It is very on brand for Susie to be into pro wrestling. When you equip it to Ralsei, he says, I'm late," which is, of course, an Alice in Wonderland reference, which makes perfect sense for Ralsei, because not only is he a white, fuzzy creature, just like the rabbit, but also he's in the Dark World, and the Dark World is in many ways like Wonderland. And if you equip it to Noelle, she says, this was mine. Or she thinks it, I should say. Oh, interesting. The clock is stuck at just before noon. And what is just before noon? 12:25, aka December 25th, aka Christmas. So, yeah, good catch, trivia page. I hadn't thought of that. It's quite interesting. A version of this watch appeared in the Spamton sweepstakes and was called the Engraved Wristwatch. So, that's interesting. Very interesting item overall. Has a lot of connotations, specifically regarding time and how that seems to function in the Deltarune world. And then last, of course, is the Royal Pin. Oh yeah, it's equipped initially to Noelle, but you can later buy it from Swatch. It gives 3 defense and 1 magic, and can be equipped to any party member. A brooch engraved with the queen's face. Careful of the sharp part. In the shop, it's referred to as a luxurious brooch. It costs $1,000. Christ. I wonder what happens if you unequip the royal pin from Noelle. I mean, I guess she gets recaptured, so Queen probably just gives her another royal pin. If you attempt to equip to Susie, she says, Roach? Oh, brooch. Which adds further evidence to the idea that Susie lives in... Either she's homeless, or more likely, she lives in some crappy apartment with a pest problem. And adds further evidence to her coming from a rather unhappy home life. If you equip it to Ralsei, he says, I'm a cute little corkboard. I don't think there's any lore there. Although, I guess, what is the use of a corkboard? It's to stab things into, right? Yeah, corkboards are made from wood of a cork tree, ? And they're used to have pins and other notes and stuff attached to it, which is interesting and implies that other things are already attached to Ralsei. I mean, all I can think about is how I think my theory has Asriel getting stabbed, so I don't actually think this is a reference to that, but it is funny. And if you try to equip to Noelle, she says, Queen ... gave this to me, hinting at her complicated relationship with Queen. Alright, and that's all those. We can continue. Yeah, and Noelle is still a level 1 snowcaster. And of course, Noelle does this adorable little running animation when you're crossing the street. Noelle is with you now. You are still filled with the power from the cat's side. That's a fun little detail. Pop-ups popped up. Yeah, Noelle can avoid them to make them all tired. Oh, got nervous and looked at the ground. The enemies got shriveled and tired from lack of attention. Look, me. Noelle misclicked on a link to hide about how to buy dragons. What? What did I do wrong? Sleep mist. Let's see how this looks. Interesting. You can hold a lot more in your storage, you know, but I won't be able to use in battle, is what I wanted to say. I'm trashy. Noelle, eh? Not a bad name, says Newbert. Chris, why did you bring me here? No one's home. No one's around at all. It's so creepy. Sad face. Thinking at the same time. It's kind of nostalgic. Creepy places. I mean, presumably it's nostalgic of a time when, when they were young and they'd go to places where there was nobody around, like behind the graveyard or whatever. So, yeah. Just doing that real quick. Nah, I don't feel like an encounter with pop-up. Interesting. Let me check something real quick. Okay, I was just checking to see if the snow mist, or ice mist sprite had anything interesting about it, but nothing I could spot. Alright, we are ready to proceed. Allow us to continue. Mouse! Ah! Sorry, Chris. Could you deal with them somehow? Maybe if you get them in the other mouse hole? Hey, Chris, you can't leave yet, you know. You need to deal with the mice first. You can do it, Chris. I believe in you. Chris, you aren't gonna leave me here, are you? Think about all the pencils I gave you. The peppermint cookies I shared with you. Oh man. I'll do your homework for you. Chris, are you really gonna leave me? Sorry, I'll do the puzzle. Thanks, Chris. That's interesting. I didn't know about that proceed option there. Chris, if the mice hit a wall, they'll come over here. Try using those blocks to get them into the hole. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I hadn't seen that dialogue before because I just did the puzzle. I didn't try to leave her. It's a hole for mice to come from. It's a hole for mice to enter into. Must rotate 9 degrees when they collide with the block. Citizens must push block to get mice in the holes. Use the bell to reset. This is kind of reminiscent of in Undertale, I believe. You could reset the flowers with a bell? Don't let the mice hit the walls, Chris. They'll bounce over here and crawl on me. Oh, Merry Christmas! That's where we came from! Oh man. Chris, are you afraid of mice too? Chris. Okay. Wow, there's a surprising amount of dialogue in this. It's kind of interesting they can push the block all the way over here. Like, why would you do that? Like, this is the simplest puzzle of all time. I'm curious now. Because I think it gets stuck if you push it over there. Chris? Gosh, you did that on purpose, didn't you? It's like when they swap my eggnog with mayo. Ugh! This won't work, I don't think. The hearts. Looks like that took care of it. The hole is empty. There are mice inside, scampering pleasingly. I think this is where you would fight the first Virokun if you didn't fight it in the other direction. Look, says the side. Have we fought ambulances yet? This might be the first time. Let me pull up the ambulance page. Oh, that's super interesting. Okay, so most of the ambulance's neutral dialogue is pretty whatever. Most of it's just references to, you know, it's just jokes and stuff. Nothing super interesting. However, if you have Susie with you and you click the avoid button or something, I'm not sure what the context is exactly, Susie will say, ambulance? Hell no. Like doctors even get me. So that is fascinating because that has some connotations, some fascinating connotations. So out the gate, at first I thought, oh, she doesn't see doctors because she's poor. She can't afford doctors. Like, oh, the doctors don't even get me, as in they don't get the right to, you know, treat me. They don't get to see me because I'm too poor. But that's not really the way it's phrased. Like doctors even get me. As if doctors even understand me. Which is curious, because it kind of raises the question of why wouldn't they get you? There's a hospital in town, it's manned by monsters. Presumably monsters understand their own biology, right? Which either implies, I think that implies one of two things in my mind. Well, I guess there's three options. One, nobody understands monster biology, including monsters. However, I think that option is less likely because she says, like doctors even get me. Not other monsters, just her. So I think that option's out. So the two main options I think are likely are that either A, Susie is from a human background and she's mostly been treated by human doctors and human doctors don't understand monster biology, or B, Susie is peculiar. She's not like other monsters. There's something unique about her biology that makes it to where doctors don't understand her. They don't know how to treat her because she's not like anybody else. She's unique. If that's the reading, I mean, obviously, if you want to get super shallow, you could just be like, oh, she's just making fun of doctors. Like, there's nothing to it, but I don't buy that for a second. So, I think this line is actually halfway decent evidence for the theory that Susie is part human. Because, like, we've already gotten evidence in this chapter that human-monster relationships are a thing. And, I mean, why else? And, like, the fact that Susie bleeds, potentially? Maybe Susie bleeds not because she's a monster, and all monsters bleed, but because she's part human. That's fascinating. You know, I've mentioned in previous theories that, like, you know, I think monsters are different in this reality, and they function differently. And, like, I'm always having to confront the issue of blood, and, like, which creatures have blood, which creatures don't have blood. Theoretically, if monsters have blood, then that would mean they have different biology than they did in Undertale, potentially. As in that game, they made a big deal about how humans are made of water while monsters are made of magic. But in Deltarune, there's also kind of evidence for potentially monsters having blood in the form of Susie, and yet the monster kid, the rabbit kid, is like, what's it like to be made of blood? And it says that to Chris, implying that monsters don't have blood. So that's interesting. Yeah. Wow, I've never heard this before, this line. Fascinating. Okay, suddenly the Susie is part human theory has a lot more evidence than I previously realized. I'd heard the theory. I hadn't seen the evidence, though. That's fascinating. Oh, that's creepy. If you use hospitality on the ambulance, Noelle will say Noelle acted warmly towards the ambulance. If you do it a second time, she says Noelle muttered absent-mindedly about hospital tools. But if you do it when you have obtained the freeze ring and are still on the Snowgrave route, Noelle mutters to herself about saws and needles. That's horrifying. I don't know if there's any lore to be derived from that other than that, you know, the weird routes associated with horrific violence. But it's interesting. Noelle acted warmly towards ambulance. Needles aren't scary. Medicine's important, you know? This girl's so sweet. Let's give her free bullets. Ouch. Siren noises with its mouth. And if we do it again, well, muttered absent-mindedly about hospital tools. Put on a clown nose. And if we do it again... Okay, yeah, nothing new. Fascinating. Red, green, and blue bars up above. Presumably representing, you know, the three colors, the RGB spectrum or whatever. We are Addisons. All we do is advertise. This is an advertisement too. Advertisements now only $9.99. Don't like advertisements? Block ads for only $9.99. Change your mind? Bring them back for only $9.99. Yeah, nothing interesting lore-wise, just kind of funny. We just talk to this door and this door. Nope. Don't like advertisements? Block ads for only $9.99. Man, they're like, why is there a stoplight here? Look, bye. Yeah. Oh, hey. Interesting. And Addison presumably sold them cotton candy, which Susie is eating, of course, and Rouse is talking or laughing. I just noticed these balloons that are floating, and they have creepy little flowy smiles on them. I wonder if those are alive. Also, what the heck do they represent? Are they like mice? Are they weird? Weird. Huh. Susie, she's right there. But I can't get the courage to say anything. Who's that person she's with, anyway? She doesn't recognize Rouse. You reckon she's so blinded by jealousy that she doesn't know what Azrael looks like? I mean, I guess she assumes... I mean, there are enough differences between Azrael and Rouse that... I mean, Rouse and the other... Because, like, Rouse has pink horns, there's a lot of pink in his fur. He's much younger looking than Azrael probably looks at this point. Because both Toriel and Asgore grow up to be pretty big people. And so, like, pretty tall. And presumably Azrael is of a similar size. So I'm guessing she's not assuming this is strange. Because there's enough differences and he's too short. It looks kind of like... Yeah, okay. And so she does understand, she does pick up on the reference to... Or just pick up on the fact that he looks similar to the Dreamers. Other people note on that this chapter too, especially Susie. She points out that Rouse looks so much like Toriel. They're looking over here. Let's go. Let's get out of here. It's kind of funny that she thinks this. Like, it's in the parentheses, so it's like, you're thinking this, you're not saying this out loud. Queen. She says she wants me to be happy, but... And, like, even here, like, it's in parentheses, and her mouth is closed. So you'd think this was her thinking. Why do I want to eat a casserole made of wires? Why can't I just refuse? Because you're weak! Just kidding. You're actually just experiencing social anxiety, which is pretty normal. Pretty, or at the very least, it's very sympathetic and understandable. Sometimes I feel like Chris and Dad are the only ones I can say no to. Chris and her dad are the only ones she can say no to. What's funny is, the way I read that is that she's anxious around people she's not very close to, or not very comfortable with, because that's usually how social anxiety goes. So what's funny is, her saying she can only say no to her dad and Chris kind of says how comfortable she is around Chris. Even though Chris is a total goober who's constantly pranking her and stuff, Chris is also kind of her closest friend. Or was, at least. They seem to have grown apart as of late. It's a poster for Queen Clean brand cleaning agent. I don't know what this does. Hilarious. We opened the treasure chest. Inside was pink ribbon. Pink ribbon was added to your armors. Chest is empty. Let's take a look at pink ribbons. Pink ribbon. It gives 1 defense. Here, I'll pull it up in the game. A cute hair ribbon that increases the range. Bullets increase tension. Oh, that's funny. I just processed that. It increases graze time, and you see that and you think, oh, because she's a deer. But it's actually specifically referencing the graze mechanic. That's funny. But yeah, a cute hair ribbon that increases the range of bullets, increase tension. So you can graze a bullet and get the benefit of grazing without getting as close. It increases the graze area by 44%, 20% wider, 20% taller. Similarly to the white ribbon, it can't be equipped to Susie. Malleus can fuse it with the white ribbon to create the twin ribbon. If you attempt to equip it to Susie, she says, nope, not in first grade anymore. And if you attempt to equip it to her in Chapter 2, she says, I said no, come on already. If you attempt to equip to Rousey, in Chapter 1, he says, do I look cute? Question mark. And then in Chapter 2, when you equip it to him, he says, it's nice dressing up. And then when you equip it to Noelle, she says, feels familiar. This item existed before Chapter 2 released, although it went unused. If equipped through save editing, it would have had the same effect as it does in Chapter 2. Interesting. And since we're here, I might as well take a look at it. The twin ribbon. The twin ribbon gives 3 defense and increases the graze area by 56.25%, aka 25% wider, 25% taller. And it can be equipped to every party member but Susie. The description is 2 ribbons. You'll have to put your hair into pigtails. If you attempt to equip it to Susie, she says, it gets worse and worse. If you equip it to Rousey, he says, try around my horns. And when you equip it to Noelle, she says, nostalgic, huh? So yeah, what we kind of deduce from these ribbons, the pink and white ribbons, I've also mentioned that, it's interesting that pink and white are the aesthetic used for these ribbons, since pink and white are the core aesthetics of the girl from Skies Forever Blue. So that's interesting. However, as far as like the whole it being nostalgic to Noelle thing is concerned, it's kind of interesting. It potentially implies that she used to wear them around her horns, similarly to how Rousey wears them in the modern day. And when she's getting all nostalgic about it, I guess she's thinking back to when her sister was still around, and that makes it feel nostalgic. Beyond that, though, and beyond the fact that further makes the Dark World feel, or the Cyber World feel kind of personalized, like customized for Noelle, beyond that, there's not much to deduce about it. Let's see, what's going on over here? Actually, if we go back now, are Rousey and Susie still there? They are. Huzzah. Can't even cross the street without getting my ass kicked. Relatable, bro. I love the city. Yeah, that's quite amusing. Since everyone else got plugged, they're a lot more agreeable. It's nice. It's kind of interesting commentary. They're a lot more agreeable. A blue wire that plugs in and controls your body. Chris becomes a lot more talkative and friendly once the player takes control. Potentially that's a nod to that. Interesting. Another dolphin. I guess all these patterns are supposed to look kind of like computers or computer monitors. Hey, got any way to deal with crushing existential dread? Asking for a friend. A friend that looks and sounds exactly like me. They're talking about me! Crushing, terrifying existential dread. Definitely something that seems like it'll be a theme in this game. Interesting. And in case you didn't notice, this door looks like a floppy disk. And here's where we would buy the, was it the ice ring? If we were on the Snowgrave run? Lots of boots and stuff hanging about. Oh yeah. Only red and blue are on these signs. Ooh, two young beings together on a school night. Could I interest you in some brand new dating shoes? Huh? No, you've got it totally wrong. Chris and I are just, for friends? Chris has been my neighbor forever. We've been through so much, sometimes it feels like right here, she's thinking. She's clearly thinking, because she's not saying this out loud. I mean, her mouth's a little open in that sprite. We know each other better than anyone. Yet, somehow, it's hard to say we're exactly friends. We're friends. Yep, that's right, we're friends. It's surprisingly nice just hearing Chris say that. Don't think there's anything lore relevant here beyond Noelle's crushing lack of self-esteem. Ah, you two don't look together. Can I interest you in some brand new divorcing shoes? Interesting. Let's take care of these guys real quick. Are fighting each other. Oh, that's interesting. When Noelle's down, her face is covered by her hair. You won. Purple and yellow. It's an advertisement for a giant Ferris wheel. Gosh, that's amazing. Makes the one at the festival look like a toy. So this is the first mention of like a festival, I think. A festival potentially coming to town, potentially soon. I wonder if Susie would want to. Gosh, who am I kidding? I will ride with you. Susie would. Susie wouldn't. Yeah, so this is the first mention of this little scene. Let's see. Let me pull it up. If you say, I will ride with you, Noelle says, oh, so you can shake it when we reach the top, just like at the festival when we were kids? I know there's a catch with you, Chris. No thanks. So yeah, further mentioning that the festival is like this perhaps regular thing that happens every year, and that they've been going to it since they were kids, implying that Chris has been living in this hometown for quite some time. If you choose instead, Susie wouldn't, Noelle gets sad. She's like, you're right. Even if I asked her, she'd probably just laugh at me. And, gosh, push me to the ground and laugh at me some more. And then, what were we talking about again? God, you're so cringe. You're so cringe. She's literally over here like, man, I wish Susie would bully me. You're so cringe. However, if you instead say Susie would, she says, really? You really think so? And coming from Susie expert Chris, thanks. ... And then in parentheses, hey Chris, how do you become the Susie expert? However, if you are on Snowgrave, you can instead get an extra option where instead of saying I will ride with you, you can say Noelle will ride with me. And I think you get that after you choose the Chris, like, I will ride with you option. No, yeah, I think it's sequential. I think you click, I will ride with you, she laughs you off. But unlike in the normal route, you get a second opportunity to say, Noelle will ride with me. And Noelle says, huh? I mean, sure, if you really want to. You can make up for when we were kids. And then she thinks to herself, since when did Chris get so... ... No way. It's got to be some kind of prank. Which is interesting. You can read that in a number of different ways. Obviously, there's the romantic angle, because, like, you could be like, when did Chris get so forceful? But she clearly likes, since she's like, bully me, Susie, please. However, if you, instead of saying, and obviously it can be read in a creepy Chris is possessed kind of way. Alternatively, when you get to the Noelle will ride with me choice, you can instead say sorry. And Noelle says, it's okay. I know you can't help being a goof. We all know you can't help it. Fa ha 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 ha. So yeah, that's the interesting responses that she can get. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm just gonna be nice and say Susie would. Really? You really think so? Haha. Coming from Susie expert Chris, thanks. Hey Chris, how do you become a Susie expert? It's an advertisement for a giant Ferris wheel. Yeah. Alright. Let us continue. Oh, this whole sequence. There's some interesting little tidbits here. You can wait for Noelle to be in the middle of the lightning and try to shock her. And if I recall correctly, like, Chris can get like a hurt expression on their face. Okay, yeah. So there's the normal way to do this is looks like you need to hold it down. The normal way to do this is you stand on it, she walks over, good teamwork, and that's it. However, if you stand on it and then try to step off just before she gets to it, she'll be like, hey, stay. Do I need to give you a treat like a dog in order to get you to stay? And then you can say yes or no. Actually, I think I'll just do that. You stay on this one. Chris, stay on the switch. Stay. Gosh, do you need a dog treat or something? Let me see what the no option is. You can say yes or no. Okay, yeah, the no is like a joke on like Chris is howling, like no. And then yes is the other option. I'm gonna go with a net. If you say no, she says, let's see. Gosh, stop howling. I get it. But if you say yes, she actually says, why did they sound so genuine? Which is funny because that almost implies Chris's true desire is that they wanted a dog treat. So that's pretty funny. And then, of course, there's the second part of this where, so at this stage, Chris, get back here. Oh, weird. That's funny. That's probably meant to be. It's probably a bug, isn't it? So yeah, you can step on this, and if you choose, you can get off again and almost electrocute her. And she's like, hey, Chris, that's not very nice. And then when you cross, she'll do that to you. And then she'll be like, haha, you should have seen the look on your face. But then she'll be like, thinking to herself, she'll be like, why do they look so hurt? Gosh. So presumably Chris does not like feeling like they've been betrayed by Noelle. Presumably because, Chris really does care about Noelle and their relationship. So that's cute. I'm not going to try and electrocute Noelle because that feels bad. Okay, now you can come over. Chris, get back here. That's funny. Nice teamwork. So yeah, you can do that whole interaction. I chose not to do it, but it's interesting lore because it shows how important Noelle is to Chris and how their wacky dynamic informs their interactions. So yeah. You became lost in the craftsmanship of the boxes. You became lost in the craftsmanship of the boxes. Oh yeah, I know what scene's coming up. What's funny is that same scene with the electric field, it's used very effectively to showcase how disturbed Noelle, or rather Chris, has become in the Snowgrave route, in the Weird route. And it really hammers home that is not Chris's true personality. Chris is a little goober, but they're not violent or murderous. Chris, it's Queen. She's right over there. Can you distract her somehow? Oh. Lamau. Oh, man. LMAO. I love Queen. She's so funny. You're here. Sorry, Chris. While I've been looking for Noelle, I've had like 4 of these all ages appropriate glasses of pure battery acid. Oh, man. She's wasted, man. Also, that hit the ground with like the sound of a door slam. What the heck? Don't worry. That was my throwing glass. It's safe. Look, Chris. I love the sound effect. Crisscross applesauce. And what's funny is that Chris uses apple shampoo, so that's double funny. Now that we are trucies, I feel like we are on the same mathematical wavelength. You get me, Chris. Oh, man. Queen is so funny. And again, I love these interactions between her and Chris. I love their weird friendship. It's interesting. You do not do crazy things like have opinions, or scream when I capture you, or tell me horrible plans for Smart Boy Theme Park. I just cannot compute it. Why everyone else is so ungrateful. Whoops, that was my extra dangerous class. Chris, I just want to make everyone smile. And if I become an evil villain to accomplish that, is that bad? It's interesting that she's kind of waxing philosophical to Chris, trying to figure out right from wrong, and good from bad. It's another similar case of showcasing how people in charge, people with power, are forced to confront very difficult moral decisions that often put them in morally gray positions. Like Asgore famously is stuck in a pretty terrible situation. And it's tricky because there's no really great options, you know? It's just a matter, like every option has consequences that are bad. Like Asgore, obviously, his choice to save his people was bad, but not because he was trying to save his people. That was good, but it was bad because he was killing kids. However, Toriel's option of just abandoning everyone to go be a hermit, I mean, that didn't serve her people very well. So, like, that was a selfish choice on her part as well. The king is a great example of just a truly selfish and terrible ruler. He has the people's interests at heart, but he's so blinded by rage and vengeance that he's just not effective as a ruler. And as a result, he hurts a lot of people, and they ultimately overthrow him. And then, of course, Queen, her whole shtick is that, you know, she's intelligent and competent and effective, and up until recently, she was fairly scaled back on the tyranny. But ultimately, the terrible choice she's making to sacrifice everyone's free will in the name of making a utopia. Like, she's not actually planning to enslave people, per se. And not in the way that Burnley gets enslaved. She just wants them to all be kind of ruled by her, but for their own good. She wants them all to be happy. And if that means sacrificing their freedom to be peons is the only way to make the whole world happy, then so be it. And that's definitely a perspective that, you know, I can sympathize with. As I discussed in my Gravity Falls video, free will versus safety is a fascinating moral conundrum for me. So yeah, it's interesting. Because obviously, if Queen has good intentions, she's trying to do something good, but she's doing it at the cost of everyone's freedom. So it's just another case of, like, what is the good stance? What is the correct path? What is the moral choice as a ruler when faced with a populace that's suffering? Like, Asgore tried to cure that problem because they were trapped underground with mass murder. And King tried to solve it, the despair of his Darkners, by, you know, trying to conquer the world. Queen did it by sacrificing their free will. They're all looking at their people and seeing them suffering and ultimately trying to make things better. They fail, but they try. In that regard, they're all kind of, at least in that particular perspective, they're better than Toriel, who just abandons her job. But at the same time, I don't blame her for wanting to abandon it. Like, God knows how long she was the brains behind the throne. You know? Who could possibly want to spend a whole lifetime, or multiple lifetimes, hundreds, thousands of years ruling monsters and trying to make things better while trapped in the underground? Like, there's expecting things from someone, and then there's just like this point where it's like, you can only expect so much from someone. You know? Even your leaders. They're still people. They don't owe you their entire life. They don't owe you every waking moment just because you're the people. You know? They're individuals first, and they're a member of the monster species second. And so, like, if she spent centuries and centuries or thousands and thousands of years ruling the monster people and trying to make things better, and then ultimately decides to quit in the end, I mean, I think that's absolutely her right. Is it selfish? Perhaps, but I can't really say that some amount of selfishness isn't warranted. You know, everyone's selfish to an extent, and it's reasonable to be selfish to an extent. You know, you don't want to destroy yourself in the service of the public. So, yeah, that's an interesting aspect of Toby Fox's games in terms of, like, exploring the burden of power and how difficult it is to be a leader through difficult times. Interesting. Because ultimately, every single one of these leaders ends up a villain. Toriel's the least villainous, but even then, people have found ways to kind of paint her as a selfish character. Yeah, because all these characters end up villainous. I mean, and to Queen's credit, you know, the second she realizes things are bad and that she's going to hurt the world, she abandons her plan. Because she's trying to help. And once she realizes it's not helping, she's like, well, never mind. But yeah, I don't know. That's an aspect of Deltarune Undertale I never really thought about before. What is the right decision when your people are suffering? Because if you do nothing, you might argue, like, look at what Queen's trying to do, and be like, the correct decision is nothing. You should do nothing. Just let the status quo continue. But she's looking out at the Darkners, or rather the Lightners, and looking at how much they're suffering every single day. She sees their social media posts. She sees them online, and she sees how much utter despair they tend to be in. She correctly summarizes that a lot of people's only outlet for easing their despair is the internet. And when you see a whole species in despair, a species that your purpose is to help make feel better, of course you try to do something. But, like, how do you help everybody? She didn't have an easy way to help everybody until the Dark Fountain showed up. So it makes perfect sense that she would pursue this plan, because what's the alternative? Leave them suffering? Even when she ultimately decides to go with Chris to the Castletown, she hasn't solved the problem she set out to solve. Darkners, or rather Lightners, are still suffering. It's just that the only solution she could think of would have brought about the end of the world. And ultimately, she doesn't back down from her plan because she thought it was a bad plan. She backed down because there were consequences to the plan she didn't realize. Namely, the apocalypse. So, it's interesting. Interesting commentary. It's okay. You do not have to answer. You would be wrong. It's an interesting point. Because, like, she asked, what? Does it make me evil if I'm doing it to help everybody? If I become a villain to save the world, does that make me a bad guy? And it's like, it's such a morally gray area that any answer is going to be debatable, you know? Which is to say, any answer could be wrong. But Chris, while we're still trucies, maybe we could make the most of it. We could play that game again. This is another funny scene, and a kind of cute, interesting scene, because it's like, at heart, Queen just wants to have fun, hang out, make people happy. Specifically Lightners. She just wants to chill, be a wacky roommate type character. She's clearly not super pleased with becoming a evil ruler. Wasn't that fun, Chris? It's interesting. Chris walks up to it of their own volition. We're not controlling them there. Just you and me having a good time. No one else to get in the way. It's so interesting, this dynamic between Queen and Chris, because it's like, it makes sense that she'd have a fondness for Chris, since she loves to talk and is full of herself, and Chris likes to be quiet and is content with most situations. But also, since this whole world is kind of like a microcosm of Noelle's life, it kind of makes sense that both Noelle and Queen would enjoy Chris's company. Queen, I've been looking everywhere to show you this. The Golden God Birdly. The S tier of S tiers. A monument to our greatness. Together. It's, how do I put this? Very smart. Lying. So smart you are. I love tolerating you. Haha, I knew you'd be enamored. Such perfect taste. Look at his little French kiss. Freaking dork. Very cool statues. I did not know you had nipples. Haha, I will soon, in our ideal world. What does that mean, Birdly? What does that mean? You think Birdly is envious of Chris in some way? Like, of humans? Chris, feel free to admire our artisanship. Gwen and I have plans to consider. Haha, yes. Oh, so good. Looking forward to that. Yum, 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 yum. Let's go, Birdly. Keep going, I am right behind you, lying, procedurally lowering the volume of my voice. Sorry, Chris, I must Alt-Tab out of here. Wow, cool face. Phew. Looks like my disguise worked. I like the pile of boxes over there that exist purely to give her a hat. Let's get going, Chris. You are adorable. Just realized I can't see anything. Guess I'll try not to wear it unless I have to. Okay, let's go for real this time. Our Lord and Savior. Golden God Birdly. Crocs, diaper, IQ, nipples. What doesn't he have? All women want him. All men want to be him. What is this? Phew. Chris, can you stop looking at this? You become lost in the craftsmanship. This is perhaps fuel for the Chris X Birdly ship. Why do we have to look at it twice? There's so much to look at here. Chris, it's a work of art. What part are you looking at? I mean, what part aren't I looking at? If I say I like it, will you stop looking at it? Hey, isn't this thing just the best? The statue seems to suck bad. Chris! There's no reason to look at this. Yeah, I like how Chris's opinion of it flops from one to the other. The second Noelle says she likes it. That's really cute. Contrarian. Alright. Let me see what else is over here. You become lost in the craftsmanship of the boxes. It's these buggers. I forget. There's some way to make them... A lot of people always miss it. Also, that's an interesting background. I mean, we've seen these like RGB things all over the city. Yo, how's it hanging? We're making some extra money by selling in the city. We gotta make these bucks somehow. Gotta buy new gear. Gotta get new kicks. I want to be a car. Good thinking, KK. Gotta have a way to get around. Hong Kong. Anyway. But yeah, we've seen these RGB things elsewhere, but these bars, but it was always just red and green and blue. And in one place, it wasn't even red and green and blue, it was just red and blue. This time we have red, yellow, green, blue, dark blue, purple, and red again. And of course, there's 7 of them, which has people wondering, like, is this symbolic of the chapters? Like, chapter 1's red, chapter 2's yellow, and chapter 2 is the chapter where we get the yellow soul mode. So that's interesting. And then the last chapter is also red. And it makes sense to have something start and end with red, since the red soul and all that. What was the green soul mode in Deltarune? Was there a green soul mode? I don't remember now. Oh, right. It was the one with a spear. The soul, yeah, shield mode. That's interesting. Yeah, I think that theory has some weight to it, because that would imply that in Chapter 3, we're going to use shield mode when we're fighting, like, the secret boss. Which is interesting because it's been theorized that Undyne, who is the person we have to use shield mode against in Undertale, will be in Chapter 3. Because Toriel calls the police, and who's the chief of police? Undyne. And I doubt she would want to call Napstablook to protect them. So, yeah, that's a very interesting possibility. And then Chapter 4, which is right in the middle, has the Cyan, or Aqua Soul, as it is called. Oh, we've never had the Aqua Soul as, like, a soul mode. Like, we've had Blue, but we've never had, like, pure, like, Aqua. In the Switch version of Undertale, you get a red-blue mix when you're fighting Mad Mew Mew. But that's specific to that version of Undertale, so... Yeah, the only ones we've had so far are regular red, which was just, normal mode. It's the true mode in Color of the Soul. Which, the first human to fall into the underground had a red soul in the form of Kara. And the last human to fall into the underground had a red soul in the form of Frisk. Yeah. And I think those are the same color. Like the same shade of red, but let me double check. Oh, that's interesting. It's not the same shade. The second bar is a slightly more bluish, a slightly more purplish shade of red. Interesting. But yeah, so we've never had a Cyan Soul mode. We have had a dark blue soul mode. It's the one we use against Papyrus and Sans. And then purple is... Have we had a purple soul mode? Oh yeah, we used that against Muffet. So that's interesting. Chapter 6 Muffet? Question mark? That's interesting if so. But yeah, very cool. It could be nothing, but it's just so convenient that the second one is yellow, you know? I mean, it could be nothing, but it could be something. Of course, the only thing missing is orange. I mean, it does. This is not a portrayal of like every soul mode by any stretch, or not every soul mode, but like every type of soul. But it could be something. It'd be interesting if it was. Energetic music wafts from the boxes. You are filled with the power of musical bagels. Gosh, look at the save time on this file. What is that? 10,000 minutes? That's funny. Cyber City Music Shop. Let's see. Last time I was talking about how these bars could be a representation of the first 7 chapters of Deltarune. I'm still not entirely convinced as to the number of chapters there's going to be. Like, it might just be 7, but it might be more. I'm not certain. We shall see. But yeah, we were talking to these guys. What'll it be, Chief? I got shitty bagels, 80 a pop. I guess I'll buy one. Talk. And who's that? Mademoiselle. Leave her alone, Cap. Nice radio antenna you got there. Those are antennas. Those are antlers, Cap. Let's play her a song. And now we've got a Sweet Cap'n Cake style jingle bells. How's it hanging? Does it ever stop? Okay, yeah, it transitions into the regular music eventually. Did you like the big statue? Building it sucked. Took a lot of scrap. The other job we did was way better. It was big. It's gonna blow your mind. It was big. And then... What'll be, Chief? I got CD bagels, 80 a pop. Yeah, sure. Good eye for music. Alright, I think that's it with these guys, so we'll skedaddle. Yeah, they're still there. Noelle pulled out the plug like a fairy lane. You won. You got 0 XP and 170 dark dollars. More cat signs. Little cars running on little roads. How adorable. Fashion models. It's a mannequin with a dress on it. Yeah, and I think you can, like, interact with it in some interesting ways later on. That golden statue. Could it be the illusory nipple technique? Oh, Lancer. Clothing store, sale. We're selling this for 75% off. Only 300 dark dollars. I think if we actually come back later with the Spamton disc and try to insert it into this mannequin, it'll squirm in our hands. So that's kind of funny. But I'll take this. Right, doing business with you. Add it to your armors. And then, of course, if we go to our armors, mannequin. It's a mannequin with the clothes permanently attached. Useless. It's actually not useless. Yeah, it actually has some usage. So, only be equipped to Chris. It reduces damage from puppet and cat type attacks by 30%, most notably Spamton Neo related bullets, as well as some by Task and Task Manager. It cannot be bought if Noelle is no longer in the party or during the Snowgrave route. That's kind of weird that it can't be bought if Noelle's not in the party. It can be purchased in Cyber City for $300 dark dollars. If you attempt to equip it to Susie, she says, not even going to ask. If you attempt to equip it to Ralsei, he says, the dress is cute. And if you attempt to equip it to Noelle, she says, why did they spend $300 on this? So yeah, it strongly resembles the dress. Oh yeah, that's the funny thing. It's no longer on screen, but the dress strongly resembles the dress that Mettaton wears in Undertale during the opera. Like, it's pretty much the same dress. The mannequin itself resembles Spamton. If you don't purchase it, you can attempt to put the loaded disc into it, as I mentioned. The mannequins, the Addison says that he's selling it to us for like 75% off, which implies that its original price was $1,200 dark dollars. Yeah, interestingly, the mannequin shows up in the castle town after the completion of the chapter, no matter what we do with it in our inventory. So that's kind of curious. But yeah, so something... There hasn't been much super interesting opportunity to kind of point out, like, oh, this is what this cyber world shows us about the real world. Like, obviously we've had smaller details, like, or not smaller details, but pretty major details, like how there's probably human-monster relationships, just to give an example. But also, you know, there's other details that can be deduced as well, smaller, subtler details. Not necessarily important details, but interesting ones, like, well, dolphins appear to exist in this universe, so take that how you will. Let's see, what else? Bye, 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 we're sold out, bye. Funny. One of these has got to be interactable somewhere. Here's another store. It's interesting how some of these have the little bars on them and others don't. This is the hottest tea shop. Hot, hot, hot. 50% off. Oh boy. For $100, choose your own flavor. Buy. Okay, choose your own flavor. Noelle. Okay, here you go. Well, tea was added to your storage. So yeah, the tea. Oh man, the legendary tea. The different kinds of tea, rather famously, you can get different flavors for different types of characters. How much HP they heal ranges from a meager, like, a very small amount, like 10 HP, all the way up to potentially, you know, several hundred HP. I think it caps out at 400 HP if Noelle drinks Susie tea. So, there's a lot of potential reactions to the tea. I'll go ahead and throw them all on screen right now. People have already discussed the potential lore ramifications of these. It's mostly interesting from a relationship standpoint. When Chris drinks Chris tea, Susie and Noelle notice that they have no reaction. When Susie drinks Susie tea, she says, "This is tea." And when Ralsei drinks Ralsei tea, he says, "Isn't this water?" And if Noelle drinks Noelle tea, she says, "This is just water. You're pranking me, right?" Interestingly, the "this is tea" line from Susie almost seems to imply that she hasn't drunk tea before and so doesn't know what it tastes like. Beyond that, though, beyond the drinking your own tea, your own flavor reactions, the Chris ones, if Chris drinks Susie tea, Ralsei comments that they look into it, and Susie says, "Stop looking at me!" Which means that presumably when Chris drinks Susie tea, they drink it quite intensely. And they actually get 120 HP from Susie tea, which is the highest amount of HP you can get, with the exception of Noelle drinking Susie tea. But point stands that Chris is clearly greatly invested in Susie. Chris does not get any, like, every other tea only gives a fraction as much health as Susie tea, for Chris specifically. So, yeah, further evidence that Chris, at minimum, quite likes Susie. Whether that has any romantic connotations is yet to be seen. If Chris drinks Ralsei tea, they also have no reaction, implying that they have the same reaction to drinking their own tea as they do to drinking Susie tea. Or sorry, as they do to drinking Ralsei tea, which actually further supports my theory that Chris has been absorbed, or Asriel has been absorbed by Chris, because, when drinking Chris tea, they have no reaction. When drinking Ralsei tea, they have no reaction. And it's interesting. It implies that Ralsei is happy with that reaction, implying that they're just happy that Chris feels neutral to positive about it, which is really sad. But I guess he's just happy that Chris doesn't hate him. And I mean, Chris gets 60 HP from Ralsei tea, whereas they only get 10 or 40 HP, depending on the context, from Chris tea. So they do seem to like Ralsei more than they like themselves, which is sad. Yeah. Generally speaking, though, nobody gets much in the way of healing from their own flavor of tea. It's pretty equal across the board. However, yeah, so it's interesting. So potentially supports the notion that Asriel has been absorbed by Chris and is thus responding to Ralsei tea the same way he would respond to Asriel tea. Asriel is responding to Asriel tea, I should say. So that's interesting. And of course, you can read it the mundane way of saying, oh, Ralsei is still kind of new. He's still a new friend to Chris, and so Chris isn't totally invested in them or in him yet. Then there's Noelle tea. Chris has... Susie says, do they like it? Ralsei says they're drinking it. And Noelle says, do they like it or not? Which is interesting, because... as far as healing goes, Chris gets more HP from Noelle tea than they do from Ralsei tea, at a whopping 70, which implies that it's... I mean, as a baseline for, like, what's the bare minimum, like, strangers, Noelle gets 50 HP from drinking Ralsei tea, which is interesting. So that is like the bare minimum, like total strangers, like they have no opinion of each other. Also, I kind of like the implication, because you could say, oh, everyone gets like minimal, like 10 HP or 40 HP from their own flavor of tea because that's just the normal amount. You can't get more. But you could also argue that Chris, Susie, Ralsei, and Noelle all have self-esteem issues, which makes perfect sense. Since Chris probably killed their brother, Susie is from like a broken home life and is regarded as a monster even by the other monsters. Ralsei probably has some major identity issues about who and what he is and what he should be. And Noelle, of course, is a mess and gets bullied left and right by everyone in her life. And isn't comfortable with anyone in her life except her weird best friend / prankster or her father. So yeah, pretty depressed squad of characters. But still, the 50 HP shows that anything more than 50 HP is probably a positive. So the fact that Chris gets 60 HP from Ralsei tea says, okay, they have a C plus is the grade Chris would give Ralsei. It's like, I'm neutral positive. I kind of like you, but I'm still kind of making up my mind. And then, of course, Chris feels slightly more positive towards Noelle, who they give a 70 to. So Chris likes Noelle more than Ralsei, but not by a ton more. So that's interesting. And then there's Susie. When she drinks apple juice, or Chris flavored tea, she says, hell yeah, apple juice. And Ralsei says, don't drink so fast. And then if she drinks her own tea, she says, this is tea. When she drinks Ralsei tea, she says, hey, it's like marshmallows. And Ralsei says, don't drink so fast. Ralsei says that in all of Susie's drinking. And then if Susie drinks eggnog, or Noelle flavored tea, she says, hell yeah, eggnog. So yeah, Susie is universally enthusiastic across the board, and as a result, she gets 120 HP from both Christy, Susie, from both. She gets 120 HP from Chris T, Ralsei T, and Noelle T, implying that she feels similar levels of positive towards all of them. They're basically all her best friends, and like she just sort of, it's interesting because Susie's clearly starved for positive attention, and Chris and Ralsei went on an adventure with her, whereas Noelle was the only student in class to be nice to her. So it makes sense that these are the three people who she feels the most positive towards. I don't think she has any romantic intentions yet with any of them. I think she's a little too new to the idea of friendship to be doing more than friendship. But that's the gist of it. She's very enthusiastic about having friends. Then there's Ralsei. Ralsei gets max HP from both Chris and Susie T, which makes sense. He is very fond of them. And he gets 50 HP from Noelle T because he's kind of a stranger to her. When he drinks Chris T, he says it tastes like blueberries, which surprises Susie because she thought it tasted like apple juice. That is interesting. It must mean that the flavor not only depends on the individual drinking it and also the relationship with... It depends on the relationship that individual has with the person in question. So with Susie, she predominantly knows Chris from the light world, where they drink or where they wear apple-scented shampoo. So she heavily associates Chris with the smell of apples. So when she drinks Chris tea, it tastes like apple juice. By contrast, Ralsei predominantly knows Chris from the dark world, where Chris is this blue character. Blue hair, blue skin, blue attitude, and so when he drinks Chris tea, it tastes like blueberries. So that's interesting. So it not only represents the dynamic, like how they see the character, but it even tastes, the way it tastes is a reflection of that specific relationship. So that's interesting. Similarly, when Ralsei drinks Susie tea, it tastes like grape juice. What it tastes like for Susie or what it tastes like for anybody else is unclear. And then when Ralsei drinks Noelle tea, he says it's soft and sweet, which is interesting because when Noelle drinks Ralsei tea, she says it tastes like there's nothing in here. Whereas when Ralsei drinks Noelle tea, she says it's soft and sweet, which is interesting. It represents their specific dynamic with that character, which means that Ralsei has already formed an opinion of Noelle, a strong enough opinion to think of her as soft and sweet. Whereas Noelle knows nothing about Ralsei, and so there's nothing in the cup. Interesting. And of course you could take that further and be like, oh, there's nothing in there because Ralsei's not a real lightener, or Ralsei's whatever. However, that doesn't quite make sense because with all the other Ralsei tea drinkers, they have reactions. It has a flavor. So I think it's just because Noelle has no idea what to think of Ralsei. Just there's no relationship. When Noelle drinks Chris tea, she says it tastes like cinnamon, and then says, what is this aftertaste? Or thinks it. This is interesting because the aftertaste is something no one else really addresses, which I would take to be evidence that Chris normally... Oh wait, I just remembered. In Noelle's flashback, which we're about to get to, she remembers that Azriel smells like cinnamon. Azriel's jacket does. Let me double check that just to confirm. Okay, yeah, I double checked and it does... Yeah, in her flashback she mentions that Azriel's jacket smelled like cinnamon. And so she associates the smell of cinnamon with Azriel. That's like explicit in the text. Like it's a core memory for her. Now you might think, oh, maybe all the dreamers smell like cinnamon. But here's the thing. We know that Chris doesn't smell like cinnamon. They smell like apples. That's what Susie specifically points out. So the fact that Noelle associates Chris with cinnamon, or rather, not that she associates Chris with cinnamon, but rather that she associates... Yeah, I guess there's multiple layers. It could be that she only views Chris as just a member of the Dreamer household and doesn't view them as anything more. But I don't really buy that. Their relationship seems a little too deep to be like, oh, Chris is just another Dreamer. I don't really buy that. I think the implication is that Asriel often helped, because we know that Chris has been taught how to make pie, which means that Asriel likely was too. The only difference is that Chris probably doesn't like cooking. Well, actually, we know Chris is involved with cooking because they make like spaghetti knives and jello knives. So cooking is just a Dreamer household pastime. Whereas Chris makes stuff like spaghetti or jello. Toriel makes pie. And Asriel specifically makes stuff that has a cinnamony flavor to it and smell. So the fact that Noelle finds that the Chris tea tastes like cinnamon, I think, is suspicious. I think that could be hinting at the truth that Asriel is the one controlling Chris. But obviously, I don't know. I think that's a pretty interesting detail. I think there's a good case against it making sense for cinnamon to represent Chris. Representing Asriel, sure. Representing Toriel, sure. Representing Chris, I'm not so sure. I could even buy it representing someone from the diner, since the diner regularly has people buying like cinnamon lattes and stuff. But Chris, no. They only drink hot chocolate and they smell like apples. So I feel like this is hinting at the connection to Asriel. And then she comments, what is this aftertaste? Further hinting at the fact that right now, Chris isn't the one in control. Chris is in the back seat. So what she's tasting in the tea is actually Asriel tea. The aftertaste is what Chris tea would actually taste like. What it would taste like, I don't know, but I think that's what this is hinting at. And then Noelle, when Noelle drinks Susie tea, she thinks to herself, wonder if they sell this in gallons. Relatable. Not the wanting to drink Susie in gallons part, but the wanting to amass quantity of liquids to consume at all hours. That's very relatable. I love liquids. Oh, man. Especially the tears of Deltarune fans. I digress. But... yeah, so this is the only item pair when Noelle drinks Susie tea that breaks over the 120 HP threshold. Now you could argue, oh, it's 400 HP because that's what happens when there's a romantic interest. Like, if anyone else in this party had a romantic interest, they'd also heal for 400 HP. And that's possible. It's also possible that 400 HP represents an obsession. It represents when you're gone above and beyond normal love and have reached stalkery obsession territory. I've gotten in trouble before for suggesting that Noelle might be a stalker who's obsessed with Susie in an unhealthy manner. But it's absolutely a possibility. I mean, we all read the same Spamton Sweepstakes article where she watches Chris get bullied to hell and back, and then ends the same article with, you know, I'm still deeply infatuated with Susie. And even though they've just literally tormented my childhood best friend. And it's like, wow, Noelle. That's pretty messed up. And then, of course, in the actual game, we see that her infatuation is as strong as ever, despite Susie actively threatening to hurt Chris. Like, you can even tell Noelle that Susie threatened to, that she slammed Chris against the lockers and threatened to hurt them. And Noelle will momentarily be like, oh, man, that sucks. Maybe she's not such a good person. Maybe she'll beat me up. That would be PogChamp. And then she goes right back to max level obsession. So I could totally buy that Susie, or rather Noelle, has an unhealthy fixation on Susie. And that's why she heals for 400 HP. Beyond that, though, it's open to interpretation. And of course, like we said, she gets only 50 HP from Rousey because, you know, she has no connection to him, and she gets obviously nothing from drinking her own tea. So yeah, that's the tea. A cartoonish amount of lore. Yeah, a cartoonish amount of lore hidden away in a silly little tea item. And in fact, a decent chunk of those interactions, specifically ones where Noelle drinks the tea, can't be accessed in normal gameplay because once Noelle leaves our party, or once we get access to the shop again, after the others join our party, Noelle's no longer in the party and can't rejoin. So yeah, she actively can't, like, her interactions, specifically the ones about Rousey and Susie, cannot be seen in normal gameplay. So that's interesting. Then of course we have another Addison over here. Welcome to Cyber Shoes 2. Free samples, would you like one? Sure. You got a small shoe with a toothpick through it. Welcome to Cyber Shoes 2. Free samples, would you like one? You got a small shoe with a toothpick through it. However, it's not in our inventory because... Wow, thanks for the free sample. I couldn't eat another bite. Don't. You'll never get stronger without a daily dose of shoes. You'll never get stronger without a daily dose of shoes? Does that mean anything? Without going outside and walking and like going on adventures, you'll never get stronger without a daily dose of activity? I don't know. I don't think it means anything, to be honest. But yeah, I think that's everything in this side of this area. Yeah, we talked to that or not this, not that Spamton, that Addison. Okay, that's the way to progress. There's manhole covers. I will skip ahead to when this is done. Bounce Blade. Bounce Blade was added to your weapons. Okay, let's see. A pink saber with a rubber blade. Weak, but increases defense. Interesting. That might be better than spookiness. Yeah, I think I'll go with the Bounce Blade. And then if you try to equip it Noelle, it's kind of cool. It's like Santa's beard? Sure, it's a weapon? It has bite marks. Ouch. Kind of nice. Ouch, kind of nice. Yeah, I feel like Noelle has masochistic tendencies. It smells nice. I think that adds further evidence to the idea that the main axe is literally made from Susie's hair. Or possibly like a comb or something with Susie's hair on it. Because that's also, you know, I was talking... No, I'm not cold, yeah. I was talking to someone, I think it was my sister-in-law. We were talking about like how in fiction people like smell each other. And I was like, that's weird, right? Like, that's like creepy. That's like unnatural behavior. And she's like, no, it's totally normal to smell people. Well, specifically people who are like, you know, your significant others and stuff. And I'm like, I don't buy it. I think y'all are all just creepers. But I digress. The Bounce Blade. Let's see what interesting dialogue we can find with this thing. Gives 2 attack, 1 defense. In the light world, it's well, we'll get to that. It's a standard eraser, is what it is. Its description is a pink saber with a rubber blade, weak but increased defense. In the light world, it's just an eraser, and it's described as pink. It bounces when thrown on the ground. Hence why it's called the Bounce Blade. If you try to give it to Susie, she says, "What is this, rubber?" If you try to give it to Rousey, he says, "Soft and squishy." And if you try to equip it to Noelle, she says, "Stop thwacking me." Is that really what? Oh, I can't hear. Stop thwacking me. That's adorable. So yeah, which I feel like that's another foreshadowing of, well, not only that Chris probably likes to screw around with Noelle and kind of bully her a little, playfully, prank her, but also it's like kind of a foreshadowing of how Des would thwack Chris with a wiffle bat. So yeah, that is it for the Bounce Blade. I think that's everything in this part of Cyber City. So let us progress. Yeah, it's difficult because like I feel like I might have missed one or two opportunities to comment on some things. Okay, yeah, well, like on implications. Like, for example, Christmas exists in... Oh, that's a glitch. Noelle's head's disappearing. I've yet to have the opportunity, like, for example, Christmas exists. That almost seems to imply that, like, you know, the entire holiday tradition of, you know, Christianity exists in the Undertale Deltarune universe. Which makes some amount of sense, since, I mean, it adds further evidence to the idea that this is very much an Earth-like planet. Cats. But yeah, it adds further evidence to the idea that this is an Earth-like planet. And every tiny detail that further supports that, like the evidence that there's a Japan, the evidence that this country is a federal government, the evidence that, you know, Susie tries to click on a picture of a steak, implying that regular animals exist out there somewhere. Including cows, which are, you know, butchered and eaten on farms the same way they are in the real world. Which is fascinating. Oh, I remember now. And, like, there's just all sorts of little details like this that have the potential to be really significant. And how significant they are, though, is hard to judge. Ah, darn. And it's hard for me to remember specific details and be like, oh, this could be a reference. Like, Twitter exists. We know that humans and monsters exist. Like, all the evidence seems to suggest that this is, if not Earth, then an extremely Earth-like planet, to the point of being practically identical to Earth. Gosh darn it. Which is kind of interesting. Whew. That was difficult. Knock, knock. I found it. The one door in this whole city that can actually be knocked on. Knock, knock, knock. You found the only knockable door in the city. This here is my pride and joy. You found... What a random thing. And then, of course, over here we have the man secret. Or, well, first it's just the Toby Fox secret. So, we lose Noelle. You can try calling on the gastrophone. It doesn't do anything. I've tried. And other people have tried. And then, of course, yeah. Then the Undertale Game Over comes out. It's such a random, pure meta scene. And it's just like... it kind of makes you wonder what the point of it was. Like, don't get me wrong. I appreciate that Undertale and Deltarune have always had a both a narrative and a meta-narrative. But you want to avoid forcing a meta-narrative moment into the story without a narrative explanation. because then it kind of takes people out of the narrative. It kind of disrupts their suspension of disbelief, and it damages their investment. So having a moment where Toby Foxdog just shows up, runs you over, you get a fake game over screen, and then that gets run over, it's cute, but I actually don't really like it that much. I think it's kind of bad for the investment factor. I would consider it a poor choice to implement that, but it's not the end of the world. You found the moss. Your title was upgraded to Moss Finder. Why do they look so pleased? Yeah, of course Chris would be super pleased about finding moss. I guess Marimos and stuff are kind of cute. What the heck's a Marimos? A Marimo is a rare growth form in which algae grows into large green balls with a velvety appearance. Marimo? Pronunciation. How do I pronounce that? One moment.
Marimo. Marimo.
Marimo. I bet it's a Japanese thing. I totally bet it's a Japanese thing. Moss ball, lake ball is a rare growth form, a species of green algae. It can be found in a number of lakes and rivers in Japan and Northern Europe. The fact that Noelle knows what these are and is aware of them, colonies have been known to form in Japan and Iceland, but their population has been declining. Cool. So Japan and Iceland are pretty much the only places that I think Deltarune can take place. Oh, and America, obviously. But, I don't know. That's a weird thing for Noelle to know about. I mean, obviously it's only included because Toby's like a huge Japan nerd. Which, I mean, fair enough. But, what the heck am I saying? Yeah, and because of that moment, hilariously enough, Noelle has now upgraded. One moment. To level 2, Moss Neutral. Neither chaotic nor lawful to Moss. And with that, her stats have all been upgraded. Her coldness is still the same, but her boldness is up a fair bit. It was in the negatives before. Oh, her HP is still the same. Huh. I could have sworn her HP would go up. Yeah, her boldness increases over the course of the chapter. As for her stats, her regular stats... Oh, okay, yeah. So at level 1 and 2, her HP is always 9. Okay, yeah, so upgrading to level 2 doesn't actually change her stats, which is strange, because with every other character, it does. Which speaks... What that tells me is that this is purely a lore choice. Because Toby knew that if Noelle started the chapter at level 2, people would begin theorizing, oh, this means Noelle has been in the Dark World before, has gone on adventures before, has leveled up before, has closed a fountain before. But because he chose to have her start at level 1, even though it's a little confusing lore-wise why she'd get all the way up to level 2, it's still... It avoids the bigger lore hole that the community would have fallen into if she had started at level 2. So that's funny. And of course, if you do the Snowgrave route, you can max up, you can increase your HP and your attack stats for Noelle and magic a fair bit. Interestingly though, Chris' Guts stat increases from level 1 to level 2, but not to level 3. Susie's Gut stat stays at level 2 the whole time, and then Rousse's Gut stat stays at 0, same as Noelle. Yeah, so far only Chris has had their Guts stat increase over time. Chris's magic stat has stayed at 0. Susie's magic stat did not change between level 1 and level 2, but it does change a fair bit between level 2 and level 3, presumably because Rouse has started teaching her magic. Rouse's magic steadily increases from level to level, and then Noelle's magic increases, but only in Snowgrave. Everyone's defense stat is completely consistent. Doesn't change with levels. Attack stats go up. HP values go up. Susie has the most HP. Rouse has the least. Chris is in the middle. Noelle is on par with Chris. No, actually, because she stays at level... She has 90 HP at level 2. But she also had it at level 1, so it's a little confused. So yeah, it's still a bit of a confusing lore detail that Noelle like randomly levels up when she becomes Moss neutral. Like, that feels sort of random and nonsensical. But I guess it's supposed to be tied up with the idea of you, like, interacting with the Dark World. You by exploring it, by interacting with it, you are absorbing power. And that's what allows you to level up. So it could be that Chris and Susie leveling up from sealing a dark fountain. Maybe Noelle being in proximity to Chris, who's level 2. Like, maybe she was able to, like, kind of leech off their power? That's my best explanation. It's a dumpster. Seems like there's a pillow inside. Because Spamton sleeps in there, which is depressing. Now we need to find the actual secret. How long will it take me? There we go. And this spooky, creepy music starts playing. What's interesting about this music is that it doesn't seem to have Gaster's leitmotif in it at all. Which potentially supports the notion that the Eggman, whoever he is not Gaster. I feel like if he was Gaster, this music that's playing, this unique track made specifically for him, would have some kind of unique, or would have some kind of Gaster melody to it. But it doesn't. Which means that there's probably some other characters associated, and they say it's a man, so it's not Des. So it's some sort of man in the Dark World, specifically in these rooms that are like glitch rooms. It's like you have to kind of glitch through reality to find the Eggman. Even this tree being here doesn't make sense, because it doesn't fit the Dark World. Like, it fit Card Castle somewhat, but only somewhat. Its blocky aesthetic is very reminiscent of the tree entity that you encounter in Chapter 1. The one who I've ranked ridiculously high in my character design list. It could be that this tree... I don't know. Yeah, either way, whoever this is, if they're not Gaster, they're someone else, and they have weird eggs that have strange properties. And given that fact, some people have theorized that the Valentine's letter that we got recently, the one that, like most of the community, well, everyone seems to be divided on who exactly the letter is from. Some people think it's a Chapter 3 secret boss, some people think it's Gaster, some people think it's the Eggman. And as for me, I've kind of been in the Gaster camp for the most part. I feel like if Toby wanted it to be a mystery letter from someone who isn't Gaster, he would have done it differently. It being all caps kind of makes me think either it's literally Gaster, or Toby's trying to trick us by having a character speak similarly to Gaster. I don't really get that, though. And, I don't know. It's a bit confused. So some people theorize, it's not Gaster, it's the Eggman, and that the Eggman is connected to Gaster, and that's why he speaks in all caps like Gaster does. But if that was the case, if he was connected to Gaster in some way, I would expect his theme to have Gaster's leitmotif. And yet it doesn't. So I'm inclined to think that the Eggman is unaffiliated with Gaster, and is some sort of other strange entity in the dark realm. In the darkness below darkness, between darkness, I don't know what you want to call it. The darker yet darker world. And, I've kind of settled personally on the Eggman being everyman because, like, yeah, like there's an unused weapon in the game called the Everybody weapon, which gives like 12 attack, 6 defense, 8 magic. And its check description is, it felt right for everyone. Yeah, and it's one of the most powerful weapons in the game, even though you can't actually acquire it. And it's just interesting because the Everyman, as he is known, he's a mysterious entity. He only seems to exist at the fringes of reality. Like, we see ads of him, we see graffiti of him, we see him in boss attack animations, but we never see him in the world itself. And even these dark worlds, even these rooms with the Eggman, like, they don't really exist in the normal reality. And we still never see the man himself. So that kind of leads me to think that this is the Everyman. And the Everybody weapon is a weapon that you can only get, I suspect, if you collect all his eggs. But even the fact that it's in, and that's just a theory though, it's possible this weapon can never be acquired. Which would make sense if it was a weapon that is connected to the Everyman, because the Everyman doesn't quite exist. Like the Everybody weapon, it exists in the code, but it doesn't quite exist in the game. The Everyman exists in the world, but he doesn't quite exist literally in the world, in the flesh. Even in these scenes where we talk to him, he's not quite here. We don't see him, and it's only implied that he's here. And, it's because of these sketchy elements that it makes you think, oh, maybe he's similar to the Valentine's letter. Because, the Valentine's letter has a guy, like the letter just shows up, and then at the end of the letter, the guy says goodbye, and the letter vanishes, and you hear the sound of someone walking away, implying that whoever wrote the letter was standing right next to the reader, but they couldn't be seen. So there is an argument to be made that that's proof this is the Everyman. However, that would be attributing a degree of lore relevance to the Everyman that I'm not sure he deserves. Because the Everyman has never really been presented as having a goal, as having, like, ambitions. He seems like a character, like a friendly guy on the fringes of society. Fringes of reality, who's just sort of here, he's just sort of observing, and he helps out, he does his part, but he's not a major player. Whereas Gaster's the one with all the plans. Gaster's the one with all the identity. And I mean, the Valentine's paper, it has someone being like all mysterious and strange. And, they want to help somebody. And you could argue that Gaster doesn't want to help us, whereas Everyman kind of maybe does. And it's ironic for Everyman to be forgotten because he's barely... Or no, it's ironic for Everyman to forget something, even because he's already been forgotten by society. But I don't think that entirely works, because Everyman still shows up everywhere. Whereas Gaster's the one associated with goners and disappearing and stuff like that. He's the one associated with being forgotten, in my opinion. Not directly associated, but indirectly, because the goners are connected to Gaster. It does support the idea that the dark world, or the darker yet darker world, wherever this place is, wherever Des is sort of like a backrooms type situation, where it's a place that people occasionally fall into. I think Des ended up there. I think the Everyman may have ended up there. And I think Gaster's there, but I think Gaster's there by design. So the question is, do we think that the Everyman is more of an entity with a plan? He wants to help. He's a positive entity. Or do we think he's more ambiguous, more just sort of observing? And even the fact that we never get to see him, it's clearly meant to create this uncertainty regarding what he is and who he is. Like, is this Gaster? Is this Everyman? Is this someone else? These are all the questions that, Toby's trying to induce in us. And he's just referred to as, like, man. I wonder what the name of this track is. He is behind the tree. He is always hidden from the player's view, making his appearance completely unknown. He does not have any direct dialogue. Instead, every interaction within him is described through the narration. The tree the man hides behind is similar to the red leaf tree that populate the field and forest in Chapter 1. Yeah, he travels in both the light world and the dark world, because we see him in a car. And it's like, yeah, so like, if we assume this is Gaster, which I don't, that would mean that we're bumping into one of the major antagonists and characters of the game. And I don't buy that. Yeah, the track is just called man.ogg. I think it's certain that the man shares similarities with the mystery man in Undertale. Yeah, but I think it's more likely that this guy is meant to be this game's equivalent to Gaster from Undertale. Because in Undertale, Gaster is just kind of an Easter egg. He's kind of a hidden in the code, secret character with very little, who has perhaps some lore implications, but is not a player in the story. And I think that's what this character is in this game. So I think this is some other character. It's possible that he's someone more significant, but I'm going to go and assume he's the everyman. I think it makes the most sense at this point in the narrative. Like, maybe some other character will be brought up who makes sense for it to be, but currently I think everyman's the most likely identity of this person. However, when we factor in the Valentine, that raises another issue, because at no point thus far has the everyman ever been able to speak to us. We've seen him in ads, we've seen him in graffiti, we've seen him in battle animations, and we've even met him here, but we can't talk to him. And oftentimes when he's depicted, he's not depicted with a mouth. So that kind of raises the question, although he is described as smiling. So he does have a mouth, but he's never described as speaking, whereas Gaster is. So either the Valentines is supposed to be the reveal of what the everyman's personality is like, or it's someone else entirely. And I don't know. I still think it makes more sense for the Valentine to be Gaster. He talks about the Deltarune. He knows so much. He speaks in all caps. He speaks to the POV character in a very familiar way, like they're old friends who've gone back a ways, who know each other, which makes sense for the character that I think it is. Because I think the POV character of that Valentine is the friend, which is the yellow and pink-eyed smiley face entity. And if that's the POV character, then I think that means it had to have been Gaster talking to them. And I think that makes more sense, because if you received a Valentine, I feel like that implies that whoever received it in the light world, because like they hear the sound of someone walking away. Whereas we don't hear a sound of this man disappearing. Whereas Gaster makes sounds when he disappears. Like when you talk to the Mystery Man sprite, it makes a sound and it vanishes and it makes a noise. So yeah, I think the evidence points towards the Valentine being from Gaster to the friend, who I think is Gaster's kind of right-hand entity. I think it is the main character working with Gaster. And I suspect that the second entity who speaks during the intro, the one who says, your vessel will now be discarded, and nobody gets to choose who they are in this world, I think whoever that is the friend. And I think that friend is the one who is receiving the Valentine. I think that friend is the one who is spying on us. And I do not think that the friend or Gaster are the same as the Everyman, and I think the Everyman is the Eggman. Even, yeah. No, I think that's where I have to settle on. I think Gaster is the one who gave the Valentine, and I think he gave it to the friend, and I think Everyman is the one here. And I think that makes more sense because both Gaster and the friend have been referenced in other Toby Fox extracurricular content, like the Spamton sweepstakes, whereas the Everyman has never been brought up at all. The only time he was brought up was when a question asked about the white egg that Everyman gives you, and Spamton said that is another man's treasure. which I don't think that's how Spamton, aka Mr. My Life Was Ruined by Gaster, would talk about Gaster if he was the same guy as this. So yeah, I think that us randomly getting a lengthy Valentine that talks like Gaster in the same font, in the same style and patterning as Gaster, about many of the same things as Gaster, would just randomly be about the Eggman / Everyman. I just don't think that quite adds up, personally. That's my opinion. I don't want to make it seem like I'm trying to make this a heated, aggressive discussion. It's obviously open to interpretation. But yeah, that's my 2 cents on the Eggman. I think he's the Everyman, and I think he has nothing to do with Gaster or any of that stuff. I think he is a independent third party who's just sort of observing events as they unfold. Even the detail of him being here, I think, can make sense, because he was in that traffic jam not far from the library. He could easily have come in here and fallen into the dark world. And it would make sense because this is the same place we found the Toby Fox dog. And the Toby Fox dog also fell into the dark world, the annoying dog. So it makes sense that the annoying dog, who's like this kind of fringe, meta, goofy entity, would get replaced by a more serious fringe, meta entity, who's still slightly goofy. So those are my 2 cents on the Eggman / Everyman. Well, there's a man here. He might be happy to see you. Might be happy to see you. He smiled at us in the car earlier. What do you think? Yes. You got the egg. Well, there was not a man here. Not too important, not too unimportant. Use the egg. Yeah, and even that detail, the not too important, not too unimportant, that doesn't really make sense to associate with Gaster. I feel like Gaster's very important, and anything connected to him is very important, whereas this is different. Also, another point against it being the Eggman in the Valentine is that the Valentine is described as being this super times 12 rare entity. It's from a super times 12 super rare entity, and I'm not convinced the Everyman qualifies for that, because Gaster only appears in the intro and in the game over screens. He doesn't appear in universe at all, whereas we bump in to the Everyman / Eggman in several different forms throughout the game, in several different locations. You could even argue that we see him more often than we see some common characters and common entities. So him being like 12 degrees more rare than anyone else, including Spamton and all these other secret bosses and secret characters, I'm not sure that makes sense. Especially, yeah. So I think it makes more, especially because we physically encounter the Everyman twice, once per chapter. That means we encounter it more frequently than we encounter some common enemies and stuff. So I think that makes it likely that that Valentine was not from the Eggman / Everyman. Still, very interesting topic. I recommend Spooky Dude's video discussing it because he gives some good evidence in favor and against. In favor of it, the Valentine being from the Eggman, and some evidence against it being Gaster. Ultimately, I disagreed with him, obviously. But some perfectly valid points were made, though. But yeah, unfortunately the Deltarune community gets a bit too heated at times about lore discussions. A lot of, "You idiot, you didn't figure out that it's obviously not Gaster," and stuff like that, and which is a shame. that people can't just discuss things in peace. Obviously, people are free to have different opinions about the lore, but, you know, it'd be nice if we had different opinions without curse words or insults. Huh. Ah, more mice. Looks like another electric wall. Huh? This hole has a switch inside of it. Maybe we could try to put something inside? What do you think, Chris? Annoying mouse room, too. It's a hole for mice to enter into. It's a citizen's duty to properly rotate and release mice using traffic signs. Engage and disengage, left, right, up, rotate, down, release. Okay, yeah. It's a hole for mice to come from. I think this means it'll turn them this way, then they'll bounce this way, and then they'll bounce up here, bounce this way, and then get rotated this way, which gets rotated that way. I don't know. Let's just press the button. How do I activate this? Oh, I see. And then down for mice. They just fade from existence? That's funny. Does it just, what are these? Easy peasy. Chris, you did it. We should be able to... Huh? The force field's still up. Did we miss something? Hello? Wonder where we did wrong. The force field's still up. Yeah, let's get out of here. Chris, wait a second. Angry Noelle. Chris, I can't believe you made those mice. Huh? I guess landing on the switch turned off the force field. Let's go, Chris. The hole is empty. There are mice inside, scampering pleasingly. Very nice. Cheese. Man, I wonder when we get to another save point. I've been recording for a while. Chris, you aren't going to touch that cheese, are you? I am going to touch the cheese. Okay, yeah, if you click I am going to touch the cheese, Chris rubs it down like a beloved pet. But I don't know what happens if you do not touch the cheese. Chris, you aren't going to touch the cheese, are you? I'm going to touch the cheese. You rub the cheese down like a beloved pet. Suddenly, mouse blocked the way. Let me pull up the mouse's page. See if there's any interesting lore to be found there. It dreams of reenacting scenes from cat and mouse cartoons. Of course it does. Oh, interesting. Before Noelle gets over her fear of mice, her act, fear, makes all mice tired. And Susie can upgrade a mouse into a task, implying that she maybe likes cats? One of the mouse's lines is, "Mouse would like to go to its favorite bistro in this marvelous city," which feels like a Ratatouille reference. It can smell like wood shavings? I'm not entirely sure what that means. Why would it smell like wood shavings? Like, was someone whittling wood? I mean, I know that the library is owned by the Gerson Boom family. Specifically, I think it's run by either Gerson's daughter or Gerson's sister. So maybe whoever that is, maybe she likes to whittle. I think that's what it's called, right? Like wood whittling or wood carving, whatever. Lol. One of the actions, you can have Rousey put peanut butter on a spoon and put it in a trap, and Susie will be captured by it. Further emphasizing that Susie is hungry. Did you know she's hungry? Yeah. One of the lines has the mouse saying it likes overly elaborate machines, which could be referencing Mousetrap, the board game, which ends with you dropping a big cage on Mouse. Which is also one of the ways you can catch Mouse in the game. So, trap one, and then you can spare. Damn. Oh yeah, I forgot that's a mechanic in this game. Like you can just spare an enemy brute force. Yeah, overly elaborate machines. Man, I'm bad. Fear. It's just so scary. It's disgusting. Mouse was rejected. Everyone felt tired. I can't help it. I'm a scary guy. Funny enough, if you do that same thing again after Noelle's gotten over her fear, she'll say, "Oh, he's so cute," and he'll be like, "I can't help it. I'm a cute guy." Gosh, mice are so hard to beat. It's ridiculous. Defend. Left, right, right, left. Oh, God. There we go. You won! I never want to see cheese ever again. The cheese was destroyed in the heat of battle. Feels like you lost sight of what was important. Hilarious. Chris? It is technically possible to get through this without touching the cheese, but it is difficult. There we go. Yeah. CD Bagel. Yay. I'm glad. Oh, great. I think there's a save point after this. I hope. It's a dead end. The switch didn't seem to work. Chris, the platform's falling. Help me. Chris, what are you doing? You made me... Huh? Sorry, Chris, you just saved me, didn't you? This one's falling too. Oh, that Queen music. Chris, whatever you just did, keep doing it. Ah, Chris stuck on this puzzle, I see. I thought I heard Noelle calling for help, but... I get what that sound was now, Chris. Your brain must be crying. Poor sweet Noelle, where could she be now? Stuck on a puzzle just like this, no doubt. If only I was there to do it for her. She's but a powerless doe without my help. Powerless? Though being alone might be better than being with you. You could only get in the way. After all, you can't understand what Noelle like I can. Yes, you may be your lifelong neighbor, but I am a maestro of emotional intelligence. I can read her feelings like a strategy guide, which I have never needed, by the way. You may see her as a simpleton girl next door, simpleton, but the reality is that she, a love-struck girl with her heart on her sleeve, huh, Birdley? And Chris, the target of her affection. May be surprising to you. Birdley? Birdley knows? It's truly sad. Such love may never fruit. But still, I have to support her, Chris. What? I've never actually noticed how... I wonder how long that dialogue goes. Like, does it eventually... Because I was solving the puzzles as fast as I could. I'm realizing I might have actually been missing out on some lore there. So let me look that up real quick. Yeah, okay, I checked. And if you don't do the mouse puzzle at all and just let him speak, his final lines are, it's truly sad, such love may never fruit, and Noelle gets a sad face. Yeah. And then she says, but still, or Bradley says, but still, I have to support her, Chris. She's my friend. And Noelle says, Birdley, ... And then his final line is, also my only worthy opponent at racing games. And Noelle's like, why that? So that's pretty cute. And then Noelle will think, well, she might think it, so let's see what happens next. How did you solve that? Even a broken clock is right once a day. It's right twice a day, you nincompoop. And Chris, if anyone asks, I solved the puzzle. It's not fair for you to get extra credit for a fluke. Get it? Let no one think otherwise, especially Susie. You know she just lorded over me. Gosh. You know, I don't think I'm afraid of mice anymore. Actually, I think they might be kind of cute. Anyways, let's keep going. Noelle is now immune to mice. Yeah, okay, so I think if you let the full speech play, Noelle will say in parentheses, is that really what you're gonna end it on? So that's cute. Oh my god, and this is a save point. Thank the Lord in heaven. Save. Mouse Alley. God, I was recording so long. Okay, that'll be it for this recording session. I'll be back shortly. Alrighty. Back at it again with some more Deltarune. I reloaded, and when I loaded back in, those pink blocks were down there, and also the save point was gone. So that's pretty funny. Wow, this space is wider than I thought. I know that, like, when you're aligned with some of these, it looks like a smile. Yeah. The room has been raised by an invasive species of puzzle. That's so funny. Alright, let's continue on. Oh, I was looking over the footage of the past few parts, or the past few recording sessions of this lore playthrough, just to see if there's any interesting details that I forgot to talk about. And for the most part, it's pretty tame. Like, I didn't think I really missed anything super interesting. But one interesting lore detail that I noticed that that I forgot to talk about was that the Plug Boys. So you know how the Plug Boys have their faces resemble electrical outlets? Well, different countries actually use different types of electrical outlet. And as a result, you can tell what country you're in or at least narrow it down some by looking at the electrical outlets. And the plug boys resemble Type B electrical outlets. Type B electrical outlets are used primarily, or rather exclusively, in Canada, the USA, and Mexico. So, there you go. Yeah, these plug boys are made from the electrical outlets in the computer lab, which means that we can deduce that whatever this country is, it's presumably in this world's equivalent of North America. Probably in the United States, if I were to guess. So that's kind of neat. Nice. It definitely further emphasizes that not only is this world, an Earth-like world, but it also is probably quite literally an alternate version of our Earth, with the planet, or with the same countries, same everything. So it seems likely at this stage. Alright, time for an encounter with Mr. Chicken Nuggets. Let me just make sure. Alright, let's see. Uh-oh. Noelle, what are you doing with Chris? We have a truce? Look at her tapping her chin like a little silly. A truce with Chris? That's impossible. That would be double truces. Huh? Worry not, my dearest Noelle. I like the logic that, like, double and triple truces, like, they're like double dog dares. Like, it has some sort of logic to it in Birdley and Chris's world. I know what you really want to say. You do? Going along with all this? You feel forced, don't you? It's why you're not with Queen right now. Birdley, you get it? Yes, I do. Chris is forcing you to be on their side. Oh, Birdley. Always 2 steps behind reality. Kidnapper! Chris, our truce is over. Well, this may hurt, but it's to help you. Wait, just listen to me. Birdley blocks the way. Let me pull up Birdley's wiki page real quick. Yeah, so this is kind of a goofy little situation because Birdley is attacking Noelle to save Noelle, which is quite silly. Yeah, most of the interesting stuff in this is just flavor that's like kind of cute, kind of funny, kind of fleshes out that Chris and Birdley have a history together, namely that they game together, and Birdley usually gets mad when they play games together, presumably because Chris is better at games than him. Yeah, there's a bunch of different flavor text that you can get exclusively if you don't defeat Birdley's allies immediately. Yeah, no, the most interesting aspects of this fight tend to be in the Snowgrave route, specifically the fact that when Chris gets downed in Snowgrave, Noelle can still hear Chris's voice, or rather they hear some sort of voice, which is interesting because it mostly showcases that the entity controlling Chris is the one giving commands, and the entity that she hears is the one that is in control. It's the one with the scary voice. And this, I think, is one of the stronger pieces of evidence that Chris is not just controlled by the player, because saying that they're only controlled by the player and that this is a story focused exclusively on the meta-narrative kind of completely is undermined by this whole thing, because it's like, why does the player's voice sound scary in some routes, and other times it sounds silly, and like, why do we sometimes say things that, like, we don't get a choice in what we say? The game makes the choices for us. So, like, there's all this, like, nonsense where it's like, if the player is supposed to be the one represented here, then we're kind of being shoehorned into playing a very specific villainous role, and we only get specific dialogue options. Like, we are either pure good and helpful, or we're pure evil. Like, we don't get any real meaningful control. And the fact that we're forced to sound all spooky and scary, it's like, yeah, it doesn't really make sense. I think it really makes more sense that whoever Noelle's talking to, whoever she's hearing speak, is another character. A character with a voice, because the player doesn't have a voice. The player is controlling characters with voices. So yeah, I think it makes more sense that Chris is possessed in the regular narrative by someone other than the player. And that entity is the one Noelle hears. So yeah, let's see. Check, defend. Birdley usually only gets this mad when you play games together. Chris, I get it. Their head's gotten big from solving that puzzle by dumb luck. Oh my god. Oh god. That's a rough attack. Preens condescendingly. Defend. In action. Well, try to talk to Birdley. Birdley, I'm glad you're trying to help me. No need to thank me, dearest Noelle. Noelle accidentally complimented Birdley. So now you think it's your chance to usurp me at my weakest by taking my most precious thing, Noelle! Damn. Oh my god, this is rough. Oh god. Laughs and goes to his mind palace. Yeah, that's a reference to how in some stories, like, characters will, when they're deep in thought, they'll enter a visual representation of their mind, and it'll be like a building or a storage unit or whatever, and it'll be referred to as a mind palace. Let's see, heal prayer. But guess what, Chris? I have one or more things you will never have. Behold, comrades! Oh my god. That was much harder than it needed to be. Let's see, heal yourself. That's right, Chris. Unlike you, I have a loving team behind me, and you'll never beat us fighting alone. Oh my god. Chris, you're outmatched. My team is rich in natural resources. Intelligence, yes. Smarts, yes. Nipples, future, yes. Birdley laughs and goes to his mind palace. Noelle, this might hurt, but it's to save you. Help. Yeah, she's thinking that. She's not saying that. So that makes it even funnier. Oh, man. Some of these bullet patterns are rough. Let's see. Sure. Encourage Noelle to use her mind. Her magic increased. Birdley found her smarts appealing. Don't worry, it's part of my calculations. Why are you hitting me? Oh my god. Birdley thanks Noelle profusely. Yeah, I think that's all the unique dialogue you get from keeping his allies in the game. So yeah, we can spare them now. Holy Halberd, grant me strength! Suicide by gyrating his hips. Horrifying. Partake, Chris, the zephyr of punishment. Oh, man. Oh, jeez. See if you can dodge this, Chris. I'm so bad. Crushes his smart scouter out of frustration. That's funny. You acted like you were an idiot next to Birdley's genius. Ah, Chris, a shame I must defeat someone so lowly. Birdley liked that. Well, Castile Bird. Yeah, I mentioned in one of my videos how Birdley referring to his halberd as holy may be something Queen implied, because how Birdley tries to use his halberd to create a dark fountain, and the dark fountains are referred to as holy, so it would make sense if Queen implied that his halberd would be holy by extension. You encouraged Noelle to use her mind. Her magic increased. Birdley found her smarts appealing. Partake, Chris, the Zephyr of punishment. Oh my god. Why is this so hard? Gosh. I swear I'm just bad, but... You did several math problems incorrectly. Birdley liked that. Well, I'll cast the upgrade. Smells like frozen chicken. You pretended to spill your IQ points on the floor. You got Noelle to pretend to pick them up. Why me? Bradley liked that. Oh, I'll cast the upgrade. You grunted like a primitive animal. Bradley liked that. I'll cast the upgrade. Take Chris, the Zephyr of Punishment. God, the Zephyr of Punishment's right. This is rough. I swear, it is so hard to dodge. But yeah, I think that's most of the more interesting little interactions. Yeah, okay. That's most of the more interesting little details in this fight. It's mostly just pretty standard. Oh, I did smart. Pretty standard interactions. Man, there's got to be a spot you can stand to dodge all that stuff. Mostly pretty fun, silly interactions that aren't too significant. Oh, jeez. Can we spare you yet? Jeez. Spare. Tended to knit a homemade dunce cap. Really like that. Well spared Birdley, but its name when it isn't yellow. Anyway. Oh gosh, how do I dodge that? That is so hard. Now it should work. They've shown proud math moves incorrectly. Birdley liked that. You won. You got 0 XP and 278 dark dollars. Damn it. Birdley, are you okay? Chris, maybe we should have gone easier out of... Go easier? Ha! 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 The only one going easy mode was me! You look exhausted. I'm only tired of holding back my true power. Noelle, it'd be too simple to save you now. Chris, go ahead and train your strength values. Try hard, and maybe someday you'll be a worthy rival. Sometimes I can't believe how cool I am. He hit me in the face with a tornado. Yeah, as far as like Birdley is concerned, some of the other interesting details about him. After doing Birdie, a certain scent hangs in the air. You are filled with the power of chicken nuggets. Yeah. There's some interesting details to kind of note about Birdley. Specifically the way that he conjures a weapon out of thin air using like what appears to be like just energy. which is quite different from how that is depicted as working in the case of other Lightners. Chris, Susie, they pull out weapons, and then Rouse and Noelle, they use magic. But Berdly summons an energy weapon from thin air, similar to how Undyne does in Undertale, which is interesting. It's quite different from how it's usually depicted. So yeah, that's interesting because it suggests that the magic system in the Dark World is quite similar to how the magic system worked in Undertale, which is... And yet, they never showcase the characters creating energy weapons in the Light World, not Undyne, not Berdly, not anybody, nor do we ever see any use of magic or mentions of magic being used by anyone except Caddy, who, as I've mentioned repeatedly, probably doesn't count. So it's interesting, because it just sort of further emphasizes how, this interesting similarities between Undertale and Deltarune. Because in Undertale, the whole game's underground, and the Dark Fountains also kind of bring you underground. You have to fall down into them. So it kind of raises the question of, do the monsters still have magic on the surface in Undertale? Or do they only have magic underground? They don't act like it's unique to being underground, whereas saving and loading is treated as being something strange and unique. It's a poorly understood power. And there's more than a little evidence suggesting that it only exists in the underground, which is interesting. And as we've seen in Deltarune, we've never seen a save point in the overworld. Historically, I theorized that maybe this had to do with the angel and it existing in the overworld. But over time, I've kind of, especially after reading Legends of Localization, I've kind of realized that I think it's more likely that determination, and specifically saving and loading, just doesn't exist above ground. I think you have to get underground in order to get to that power. And I think that power only exists underground because you're getting closer to the center of the earth, aka the soul of the earth. I think the earth itself is probably the source of all the magic and stuff. Hence why when you stab it, mountains of, dark energy flow forth. And they even describe the earth as being alive in one of Rousse's prophecies. So... it's interesting. I think that's the most logical explanation currently. I'll probably do a video about that at some point. Noelle, honey, where are you? Oh no, here she comes. Noelle, come home. I made you a battery acid pie. Oh, Chris, perfect timing. Have you seen... Oh, my luxurious queen! Oh, my circus Chris, get in the car. Okay, yeah, this is the same type of car that litters the area around Spamton's house. Which makes sense. My queen, where are you? I've baked you a gamer's delight. You are the cringiest. Oh my god. She's not here. That was close. Chris, who is your friend? My face recognition software does not compute them. And yet, something about them seems... cool. That could be a pun. It could also be a reference to how she thinks robot faces are cool. And people point out that, even if she had seen the Knight, and one of the counter arguments, because obviously people would argue that Chris isn't the Knight for a variety of reasons, but one of the arguments is that Queen should have recognized Chris if she met them as the Knight, but clearly her facial recognition software is not too good, so maybe not. Although robotic even. Although I would say that since the king much more directly was involved with the Knight, he definitely should have recognized Chris. So, unless Chris wore an elaborate disguise for some reason. I guess that's possible, but I think other evidence pushes us away from Chris as the Knight. I just don't think the timelines add up, really. Especially the fact that Rouse doesn't recognize there's a Dark Fountain until after we leave the castle town. That implies the fountain was just recently created, in seconds, and therefore it wasn't Chris. So Best case scenario, even if Chris is the knight, I don't think they created the cyber world. I think it's more likely that Chris is just not the knight. But either way, I think the evidence definitely does not support Chris creating this dark fountain. Chris, we must drive to find Noelle. And she fell over comically. Everyone get in the car. Okay. Chris, press directions to steer. Tris, don't hit the cars. No! Okay, actually hit all the cars. So much traffic isn't all wonderful. Lightners love traffic. They look it up all the time. Poor Noelle, she would love hitting all these cars. Actually, she might not. Stop everything. Chris, get the banana. Potassium. Here comes a crossing. Get ready to stop. Oh, my circuits. It's a traffic jam. I did accidentally hit one of those cars. I avoided them all in my first playthrough. Interesting. Yeah, okay. As long as I didn't hit... If fewer than 4 cars were hit, a tiny walking car. Okay, so I was gonna reset if I didn't unlock the tiny walking car. Funny enough, if you recruit tasks but don't recruit task manager, then instead of a tiny walking car there, you'll find like lost tasks wandering about, lost animals. That's interesting. There's a couple of variations of the castle town that can pop up depending on who you do and don't recruit. But it's kind of weird. It's sort of like the neutral routes in Undertale, where it's like, why would you ever go for a neutral route where you only kill like some people or you only recruit some enemies? It's like it feels kind of pointless. Like, it's cool that there's lore hidden within, but my attitude's kind of always been, I'm either going to go for one or two of the extreme routes, and then if there's lore, I'll look it up in the code afterwards, because it's just... I'm not much for replaying games just for tiny lore tidbits. Obviously, the lore playthroughs are different because we're not looking for lore tidbits. We're looking for all the lore. A dog must have wandered in the road again. That's funny because a traffic jam caused by a dog happened in the overworld, which means that the same dog must have been wandering around creating traffic jams in the dark world as well. Chris, be a dear and go press the walk button. It's just over on the other side of the road. I'll go too. No. You must stay. Until you hear all of my mixtape. Oh, okay. Chris, hurry up, please. I cannot interact with these doors. Next up is my CD of vintage hard disk noises. Chris, please hurry. Alright. It is time for Mr. Lore. Buy Queen Clean, the most popular cleaning flavors. Queen Clean, made of 100% acid. Let me just make sure I'm still recording. I am. Huzzah. Let us... Hey, it's me! Everybody's favorite #1 rated salesman, 1997. Spamton! Spamton! Whoa, if it isn't, Lightner, hey! So, before I get ahead of myself, 1997 is Spamton's favorite year. It's when he was the #1 rated salesman. And it all went downhill from there. And it's somewhat implied that this game takes place in the 2020s, roughly. Potentially later, but it's at least in the 2020s. So that means that Spamton's very much out of date. He's a few decades old. It's been a few decades since his prime time. Beyond that, 1997 is potentially significant for other reasons, because it implies that if Spamton was important back in 1997, and that was around the time he was interacting with Gaster, that means Gaster's been manipulating characters like Spamton for decades. Which means Gaster's kind of old at this point. Like, even if he was only in his 20s, Gaster would probably be, like, in his 40s or 50s at this stage. I had to pause for a second. Had to take a phone call. But yeah, where was I? Yeah, so it's interesting that, yeah, Gaster's so old. He's been in operation for a while. Beyond that, it's interesting that Spamton can recognize a Lightner on sight. That's not unique to Spamton. Other Darkeners can do it. It just sort of raises the question of what makes a Lightner so instantly recognizable, you know? Because I don't think it's their appearance, because Lightners can vary quite a bit in appearance. Like, Spamton and Addison's don't look that different from Chris. So that makes me think that it has to do with, like, energy. Like, maybe they can feel that Chris is different. Chris is a Lightner. Looks like you're all alone on a late night. Chris does like to sneak out on their own on late at night to do stuff. All your friends abandon you for the slime you are. Spamton's funny because he projects his own situation onto Chris. He comments on Chris's current situation, and there's the potential for hints as to an ongoing plot that we don't know about. So, like, this is talking about how Chris is alone currently, and how Spamton's been abandoned by all his friends, and potentially about how Chris will potentially be abandoned by their friends for the sins they've committed, particularly killing Azrael. Sales gone down the drain. That one's almost entirely just Spamton. Living in a goddamn garbage can? Yeah, okay, that one's again just pretty much just Spamton. Commenting on his own situation. Yeah, and that's a nice little moment where he punches the trash can and Chris backs up. It really helps emphasize that this little dude has a dangerous, violent energy to him. Well, have I got a special deal for lonely hearts like you? Yeah, that's interesting. This is the beginning of Spamton's deal that he wants to do with Chris. Chris helps him get the Neo body, and then Spamton helps Chris become free, whatever that entails. Also, of course, I have to comment on him saying lonely hearts, plural, potentially implying there's more than one soul making up Chris's soul, because they've absorbed Azrael's soul. If you've lost control of your life, yeah, because Chris is possessed. And I presume, I should probably spell it out, but like presumably when you absorb someone's soul, it's not a case of like, oh, there's two souls bouncing around inside you, the way it was with Flowey. I think that only happened the way it did because Flowey was a soulless entity, which is why when he becomes Hyper God of Death Azrael, it all forms together into one solid soul at the center of his being. And presumably when a monster absorbs a soul, those souls fuse together. So, same with humans absorbing a soul. So presumably Chris only has the one red soul, but it is made up of the power of two souls. But yeah, if you've lost control of your life because you're possessed by your dead brother, and of course in the meta context it's possessed by the player, then you just gotta grab it by the silly strings. So the strings that are controlling you, the strings that are pulling your puppet, your marionette body around. Yeah, further emphasizing that Spamton's aware of Chris's status as possessed. Why be the little sponge who hates its $4.99 life? Potentially hinting at Chris not being too happy with their life, perhaps. When you can be a big shot. Big shot. Big shot. That's right. Now's your chance to be a big shot. Be a big bandit shot. Not much to read into there. It's just his catchphrase. And I have just the thing you need. That's hyperlink blocked. I did a whole video discussing what I think hyperlink blocked likely represents. Obviously, there's alternatives. Like, basically, if you haven't seen the video, I personally am of the opinion that it represents love, both the actual love and level of violence, depending on the context. Obviously, there's one in extra content, namely like the sweepstakes and the Valentines. There's been like 1 or 2 times where Spamton said love, but I don't think that necessarily proves that he can't say the word. Like, if there's, I think it's a bit loosey-goosey with what hyperlink block represents. Or rather, not what hyperlink block represents, but rather what Spamton can and can't say. And ultimately, I think it makes more sense than the alternatives. But I won't get into that too deep here. Saying Chris wants hyperlink block both could mean that they want power, they want freedom over themselves, which is what love grants you, but also that they just want love in the regular sense, the love of friends, the love of their family, and they're scared of losing that once the truth comes out. You want it. You want hyperlink block, don't you? Well, have I got a deal for you? All you have to do is show me your heart-shaped object. You're Lightner, aren't you? You've got the light. Why don't you show it off? This is another interesting point. It associates souls with light, which raises the question of, if souls are light, then what is darkness? Is magic darkness? Dark fountains are dark, but within the worlds that dark fountains create, there's all sorts of quote-unquote light. So, obviously there's metaphorical light. There's a light inside your soul that's still shining in the cold. And yeah, so in the song, light is in the soul. Yeah, there's some interesting connotations to be gathered there. Darkeners, it's possible Darkeners don't have souls, but it's also possible that whatever creates them gives them a soul. And I think once a Darkener has been granted a soul, they have the potential, if they're powerful enough, to move about in the light world. I don't know specifically the mechanics of it, but I think it would explain how Rousey is able to get to the Cyber City, the cyber world. And also, I think it explains some part of what we see, potentially something we see in the Valentine. Because if the Valentine scene takes place in the light world, and they hear the sound of someone walking away, then that could imply that Darkeners, when they enter the light world, become invisible. Of course, that works off the assumption that Gaster is a Darkener, which I don't think he is. Then again, who knows what Gaster is? It's entirely possible that Gaster is some unique entity that's like integrates Darkener elements, but also Lightner elements. Who knows? So yeah, I think that scene of Gaster walking away invisibly could potentially provide a hint to what it looks like when a Lightner, or rather when a Darkener enters the light world. Like, they might exist, but they have no corporeal form. Basically, they might be like a ghost, like unable to speak or interact, but able to move. And that's how Rousey enters the cyber world. That's one possibility. I mean, it seemed likely that Rousey is capable of traversing the Dark World, and it also seemed clear that other Darkeners have not demonstrated that ability. However, it could be that it's a matter of power. Like, if you have enough soul power, or enough magic power, then you can enter the Light World. And Rousey is just the more powerful Darkener. So, yeah. Some interesting thoughts there. Why don't you show it off? Alright, and here's the man, the myth, the legend, Spamton, G. Spamton. A little check. Spamton, he wants to make a deal, but don't give him your money. Transmit Cromer. Ah, why am I so bad? There's nothing wrong with having a nice splurge every once in a while. Nothing wrong with having a nice splurge every once in a while. You know, in a normal context, that would be like splurging money, where you just go on a spending spree. Or you splurge for, like, one expensive gift or something. But when Spamton says it, it sounds wrong. Probably because there's like a degenerate pervert energy to Spamton and many of the things he says. Deal. Hey, I've never seen a heart-shaped object like that before. Which is interesting. There's a whole pile of connotations to be deduced about the history of Darkners, the history of Dark Worlds, what other Lightners they've encountered, etc. Like, have the Darkners encountered... Like, have there been previous Dark Worlds and Lightners have entered them? Or is this simply referring to the fact that Darkners are manifestations of physical objects, and physical objects have interacted with Lightners? So, like, maybe Spamton hasn't been a Darkner before now, but he has interacted with Lightners as a spam bot before now. Like, he mentions at one point in the Spamton sweepstakes that he remembers Noelle and how she was the only one to ever click on his spam emails. So that shows that at a time when he was not a Darkner, he was able to remember the things that happened to him. Okay, yeah, that actually just flat out proves it. So Darkners can remember the things that happened to them when they were objects. Just flat out. That's just a fact. Which probably confirms that, or heavily implies, that memories that Darkners have, memories of Lightners, memories of the past, their interactions with other objects, are basically just sort of rose-tinted versions of their interactions in the light world. I don't think dark fountains and dark worlds have necessarily been a thing in the past, or if they have, I don't think they were a common thing. I think they were pretty rare, and I don't think any of the objects from the hometown have ever been in a dark world prior to the events of this game. So that's interesting, though, because that would imply that whatever Darkners are, they're able to see souls in some way. Potentially implying that when Spamton was just an object in the light world, I don't know, something about the fact that they're just objects means that they can perceive things in a unique way. Because obviously they can't think or see or observe in the way that living creatures can. Because, you know, like, Spamton's a spam bot. A spam bot can't see. It's just a line of code. But he remembers Noelle. He remembers what she was like. He remembers all this stuff about her. So I'm thinking that something about interacting, something to do with the way Lightners and Darkners interact, or rather Lightners and mundane objects interact, is that, like, objects kind of absorb like an echo of that Lightner, and that's how Spamton and others can remember specific Lightners and their interactions with those Lightners. It's like an echo of reality, an echo of a soul. It's sort of an energy imprint, which could also play a role into causing characters to become what they are. So, like it could, maybe the reason Lancer and Spade King are such goofy, wacky characters because whoever owned those cards was a goofy, wacky character. Maybe the reason Spamton's so deranged is in part because he interacted with Noelle. Maybe Noelle is like mentally unstable, and Spamton inherited that. And maybe that's why when Spamton had a truly traumatic series of events happen in his life, it broke him, and he never really recovered. Maybe Noelle's just one bad day away from being a much more broken person. So, like, that's an interesting possible interpretation of how these things, or extrapolation, perhaps is the word, from the conclusion of Darkners remembering Lightners somehow. Yeah, I think that might be the mechanic that allows them to remember these things, something to do with souls and the memories of souls being imprinted on objects. Because we already knew that objects could inherit the energy of living creatures, because that's the whole premise of Flowey. when a monster dies and turns to dust, and that dust is put on an object, that object is imbued with the living creature's energy. So, and like their memories specifically. So yeah, I think that must be it. Dark Lighteners still like give off that kind of energy, and that energy imparts memory and imparts identity. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Which makes this comment from Spamton even more interesting, because it means that either Spamton has never seen a human soul before, which could make sense, or what I think is more interesting and more interesting possibility is that Chris's soul is unique because it's absorbed the soul of a boss monster, and Spamton can sense that. He can detect it because he's a Darkener, and Darkeners are made from magic or whatever. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. That's how I would read that. My eyes are burning like DVDs of any movie at half price. That's interesting. Implying that just the sight of the soul is like giving off so much light that it burns his eyes. Potentially implying that, again, Chris's soul is so powerful from absorbing Azrael that it's like a blinding light to someone like Spamton. I have a very special deal for you, kid. Tell me more. That's the attitude, you little slime. Deals like this only come once in your ant-sized, rapidly shrinking life. This is potentially like meant to be a threat. Like, you're going to die. But it could also be referencing the time loop and how realistically Chris only ever gets to live for like however old they are. Like say they're 15 or 16. Like they only get to live that long before the timeline resets. It could also be a reference to how humans are just really short-lived compared to monsters. Meet local Stringles, straight from My. Presumably a reference to MySpace. Oh man, I'm so bad. Oh my god, I died? Oh no, I'm so bad at video games. That's interesting. That's one of the few instances where it just skips straight to the fight. I've never seen a heart-shaped object like that before. My eyes are burning. I have a special deal for you, kid. Tell me more. I must have been low on HP still from my fight with Birdly. There we go. Okay. There's nothing wrong with having an ice splurge every once in a while. Deal? Believe it or blank. I used to be a big shot. The biggest. But now, I needed a little generosity. Don't give. That's right, and I don't mean money. I'm a salesman. I was never in it for the money. Enlarge yourself. Like I said, very sexual in nature, very perverse. Oh god. Jesus. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong! There's something wrong. Press F1 for help. You can actually press F1 for help. Mutters 1997. Let me press F1. Yeah. That's one of the interesting things about this fight, is that even though Spamton's very clearly violent and dangerous, he also clearly doesn't want Chris to die. He wants Chris to live to help him with his plan, with his deal. So that's interesting. I was only ever in it for the freedom. Yeah, freedom is incredibly important to Spamton, and it's also thematically extremely important to Deltarune, because it's all about choices and freedom and what it means to have choices that matter. I'm pretty sure the theme of the game, like the ultimate, and here's the moral, is that yes, your choices don't change the grand cosmic scales very much, if at all. But that doesn't mean they don't matter. They matter to you, they matter to the people around you, and ultimately, you and the people around you are the only thing that really matters in the grand scheme of things. Caring about the choices you make and how it affects those around you is important enough. Like, you impact them, and they matter to you, and that's good enough. So what if you can't end the time loop? You could still make choices that make your time in that time loop more happy and satisfying, peaceful. So I think that's more or less the theme of the game. And I think that's what Ralph believes in. To make your own deals, to call your own shots. And sometimes in the morning, a little hyperlink blocked. Yeah. A little love in the morning, eh, kid? Sounds good, doesn't it, kid? Don't you want to be just like your old pal Spamton? Take the deal. Sure. Now that's what I'm talking about. You got guts, kid. Guts is one of our stats, and is another one of the core concepts of this game. Courage is important. That's discomfort and abdominal pain in my guts. Help. Oh, Spamton, you are a sad, strange little man. Don't worry, kid. I will give you deal insurance. Only for the low, low price of 1,000 kromer. An awesome price. An absolutely terrifying price. Price is so low, everyone I know is dead. That's a interesting. Oh god, I just noticed that like whenever his glasses zoom out that much, like you can see his irises, and they're like the opposite of pink and yellow. That's interesting. Price is so low, everyone I know is dead. I mean, that could be a reference to how in the No Mercy routes of Undertale, like shops, you can buy things for free because you're just stealing stuff. Because everyone's dead or fled. Could also imply that someone Spamton cared about is dead. Maybe the Mike character? Not sure. And it is interesting, the whole Spamton having pink and yellow glasses thing. It's funny. People have extrapolated funny conclusions from the friend in the basement, the pink and yellow eyes appearing on the Spamton sweepstakes, and of course, oh, what was the other thing? Oh, the connection to the lab coat and how that was probably the character being spoken to in the Valentine, the Gaster Valentine. What's interesting is people often point out that, oh yeah, Spamton stole his aesthetic from Swatch. And that's true, that's why he has multicolored glasses. But Swatch has different colors for his glasses. He has like orange and something else. I forget exactly what it is. But it's totally different from what Spamton has. I think the point is that Spamton is deranged, and when he tried to imitate Swatch, he perhaps unintentionally ended up imitating something else that he had seen. Some other entity. Specifically, the friend. I suspect either the friend was his liaison to Gaster, or he's just... the friend is the only physical thing connected to Gaster that Spamton's ever seen, and so he's latched onto that imagery. Either way, I don't think the glasses are unique to Spamton. I think that's something he's imitated, he's mimicking. Just like he wears an outfit similar to Swatch, he's, or he's trying to make himself look like Swatch, I think he's also imitating someone else. I don't think the pink and yellow is unique to him, is the long and short of it. Don't buy. What? You don't have enough wacky stacks? Kid, you're killing me. Ha ha. Please stop killing me. I'll give you another deal. Get big and win wild prizes. Nice. Smells like Cromer. Don't worry, kids. I'm an honest man. I just need your account details and the number on the back. Then you can enjoy 1,000 free Cromer. Refuse. What? You don't need it? That's a real big shot move, kid. You're like me. Desperate. Yeah, Chris is desperate because they're possessed and their brother is dead and it's all their fault and they are desperately trying a way to solve all their problems. Indeed. We know what we want, don't we? Wild prizes, hot single, 100 customer, and most of all... You know, I never tried to figure out if any of these could be, like, what these are projecting. Like, could these be representative of things Chris wants? Like, the hot single could be a reference to Chris having a thing for Susie. The 100 customer may be referring to getting friends, getting people on their side, getting the castle town full of recruits, wild prizes. That could be anything. And most of all, hyperlink blocked, aka love. Will you take the final deal? Remember, this is up to you. I won't force you. That's another interesting detail, is that Spamton's always insisting on letting Chris choose for themselves. Freedom is extraordinarily important to these characters because that's an integral theme of the game. The world they're in does not give them real freedom. They can't choose how things will play out in the end, so they're constantly trying to make up for that in smaller ways. Rousey always lets Chris do whatever they want because he probably knows how doomed the world is. Spamton is super traumatized by the realization that he has no freedom, and so he also refuses to force anything on someone else because that's what was done to him. Of course, ironically, you can say no, and if you say no deal, he says wrong, and you have to just keep going until you say yes. Until you say yes. Then a deal's a deal. Pleasure doing business with you, kid. You won. You got 0 XP and negative 18 dark dollars. He freaking mugged us during the battle. He jumped us in an alleyway, stole our wallet, and pissed off. And this is the most popular character in all of Toby Fox history. How funny is that? Now, on to the next step. I'll be waiting at my homemade storefront site, in the trash area closed for repairs. Come alone. And don't forget, I'm with you in the dark. To like and subscribe for more hyperlink blocked. Which is his way of saying that, continue to support my plans and you'll get what I've promised you. And of course, it's a cheeky joke. Yeah. Why does this floor texture look like it's opening its eyes and looking at us? How creepy. It's a dumpster. Looks like there's a pillow inside. Very sad. And then we can see what Spamton used to look like. Back when he was successful, he still had black hair and white skin, but instead of red cheeks, he had pink cheeks, and he didn't wear glasses. So the glasses were something he acquired later, which I think it's meant to be like, oh, he didn't start wearing glasses until after he tried to imitate Swatch. But he's so bad at imitations that quite possibly the implication is that the only thing he did to try and make himself look like Swatch was put on glasses, which is really funny. And further evidence of how bonkers Spamton is. Yeah, very interesting. The poster is torn, revealing a faded one underneath. Big shot autos, take a ride around town, and our special... The rest is cut off. Yep, our special Come Get Arrows. Very interesting. Poor lad. Yeah, Spamton's a fascinating character. There's too much to realistically discuss in a single lore playthrough, because he kind of foreshadows just about everything. It's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I think I covered most of the interesting details there regarding Spamton in that initial fight. it's a little awkward me talking about anything Spamton related because I feel like I should have more to say, but I've already discussed so much of it in Chris, we have to drive to find Noelle. In my other videos, specifically my Spamton videos, that I've kind of lost track. Like I don't know, I feel like I'm struggling to find new things to say about Spamton. Um, Turn on the high beams. When she sees the queen signal, she will come running. What? Why do you need to find Noelle so badly? What are you saying? The city is dangerous. True. Imagine poor Noelle clipping into a wall somewhere. Which is interesting, because we kind of did clip through a reality to go to the Eggman's room. Yeah, that feels very in line with Noelle to try and glitch her way into some interesting forbidden areas. Wasting away from potassium deficiency. It definitely seems like part of Noelle's character is like she's going to try and glitch through reality, find glitches in existence in order to get her way to Des and save her from wherever she's trapped in the darker yet darker world. You're actually worried about her? I would be if I wasn't going to find her. But why her? Wait, let me guess. Is it because she's weak enough to make into your peon? Haha, no. Just the opposite. It's because she's strong. Huh? What do you... Chris, stop the car. I like how Chris... Also, wait, I just processed that. Chris is driving the car, meaning Chris is capable of driving cars. You know, I've had a theory for a while that maybe Azriel came back to town a little early. Because, like, trying to figure out the exact timeline of when Azriel died is a little tricky. Because he would have had to have died in such a way where Chris could realistically cover it up and then fake, like, messages from Azriel, like, on an email saying, oh, no, I was going to come back home, but then something came up. So, sorry, I'm going to have to delay that. So, like, but if Azriel came back, it makes you wonder... how did he get back? Was he driven here by a friend? Did he come here by bus? Or did he drive here with his own car, which would probably make the most sense, and Chris had to dispose of the car somewhere in order to hide the evidence? And perhaps this little driving scene is foreshadowing the fact that, yes, Chris is capable of driving cars and, in fact, has driven one before. So, yeah, that's an interesting detail that I never quite considered. Also, the fact that Queen knows that Noelle is strong is interesting because it both adds evidence to the theory that Noelle is responsible for all those craters and destruction near the start of the cyber world, but it also further potentially hints at the possibility that Queen, having read so many of Noelle's internet searches, has, much like how Spamton saw Noelle's soul, Queen has kind of seen it as well and has seen how strong she is and how powerful she is capable of being with the right mindset. We see that repeatedly, too, because not only does Noelle become devastatingly powerful and lethal in the weird route, but she's also quite likely capable of creating dark fountains. So yeah, there's a lot of... And also, I feel like the most logical explanation for why there hasn't been more dark fountains is that it requires such a high level of determination that most people just aren't capable of it. In fact, I suspect that the only reason Chris has managed to do it was because not only are they super determined to save Azriel, but also that they have the combined determination of both Chris and Azriel. So it's possible that Noelle is unique in that if she could just focus and concentrate her determination, she would be capable of incredible feats. It's just that, as it stands, she isn't. Also, it further supports the notion that currently Chris has the most determination in the Dark World, as they're the ones who are able to save. And in Undertale, it's implied that in the meta-narrative, and outright stated in the Legends of Localization that Chris, or rather Frisk, is only able to save because they have the player's determination. Now, that's in the meta narrative. In the regular narrative, the reason Frisk is so powerful is because they have both their own determination, and it's pretty clearly implied that they have also Kara's determination, as it's hinted at kind of repeatedly that the spirit of Kara lingers. And now, why Kara has these attributes and why Kara can linger and why she can impart, or they can impart, determination to Frisk is unknown. But I would assume it has to do with the context of how they died. I think fusing together with Azrael in Undertale gave the spirit of Kara some unique attributes. And I think that's what allowed them to linger and ultimately provide their power to Frisk, and also take over Frisk in the No Mercy route. So I think that the point I'm getting to is that it takes the combined determination of two entities in order to take full control of the underground away from Flowey. So it's quite possible that Chris is only as powerful as they are because they have two souls. Because you could argue that Susie, Rousey, and Noelle, and even Birdley are all pretty determined characters. But Chris still ends up with the most. And the reason that, I guess you could just argue, oh, they're human, and humans have more determination. But the reason they had more determination in Undertale had to do with their physical bodies. In Undertale, it's implied that monsters are childishly weak compared to humans. That's why, even though Frisk is a tiny little baby, they can body powerful warriors like Undyne, even cutting straight through her armor in the No Mercy route, which means that humans are superhumanly powerful in the Undertale universe. And yet, Chris gets kicked around like, a sack of potatoes by Susie. So that seems to imply that monsters have more powerful bodies in this reality, which could imply that they actually produce determination, just like humans. So, there's no hard evidence that this is evidence, or there's no hard, conclusive evidence that this is proof that Chris has two souls, and that's why they have so much determination. But it would parallel Undertale quite well. The idea that Chris has both their own determination and the lingering determination of some secondary entity. So, very interesting line of thought. Phew. I was just concerned because it hadn't exploded yet. Looks like we'll have to split up on foot. Chris, if you see Noelle, tell her my knowledge of her provinces is absolute. And if she needs proof, use this. Queen's mixtape was thrown into your key items. Toodles. Phew. That was another scene where Chris took control and we weren't controlling them, so that's interesting. Somehow, I feel like we're almost out of here. Let's go, Chris. And then, of course, if we go over to Lancer. Hey, thanks for the tape. I was hungry. Push my tummy to hear a cool song. Oh, this scene. Hopefully there's a save point soon. Gosh, that was close, wasn't it, Chris? This strange world, this big city. It's so wild. Kind of makes my head spin. This is some interesting Death's lore that we're about to get. And some other lore as well. Looks like another puzzle. Maybe if I go down here? I like how Noelle just has mad hops compared to Chris. Yeah, and it spells out December, you'll notice from the letters. Oh, and yeah, watch the outlines. Those are important. When I said this city makes my head spin, I didn't mean it in a bad way, I always wanted to go someplace new, And Des always told me she'd take me somewhere like this. Somewhere with shining lights. Tiny Noelle? Nope, not yet. Don't you miss exploring, Chris? Back when the four of us were kids? Gosh, remember the night we explored the forest behind the graveyard? Huh, I know we never found anything interesting back there. I mostly remember crying because I was so scared. Tiny Noelle. But for some reason I feel nostalgic thinking about it. Death wiping away tears with Azzy's jacket. With warm sleeves that smelled like cinnamon. I guess I didn't mind being scared if it meant someone would comfort me. Sigh. It's interesting. I mean, obviously we get some back lore there. Back lore. Chris has been around for a long time, like at least a decade. Like Chris was adopted when they were a wee lad, or a wee lassie, or a wee Liverpoolian. Yeah, that's the gender neutral version of lad and lassie, right? Liverpoolian. Also, you know, Asriel smelled like cinnamon, which was important for our little tea discussion earlier. Most interestingly, though, was the fact that Noelle turned into a tiny Noelle for a brief moment. And in all those times we were passing by, both for Chris and Noelle, the outline was of what we look like, which implies that when we're in the dark world, our physical forms are subject to change, that it is a reflection of our souls, of our identity. She was feeling all nostalgic, remembering what it was like when she was a kid. She was lost in memory. And so her body reflected that, which adds further evidence to the idea that when you're in the dark world, your bodies are not physical bodies anymore. Not in the normal way. They're made of something else. I think they're made of magic. I think that's why monsters can't use magic in the light world, but they can in the dark world. I think entering the dark world transforms you into a purely magical being controlled by a soul, meaning that in the dark world, you can use magic, just like how monsters could in Undertale. Because monsters were able to use magic because they had magical bodies. Which of course raises the question, if that's how it works, if it transforms you into having a magical body, why can't Chris use magic? Perhaps there's more to why monsters can use magic and humans can't. Like, I assumed that it was because monsters had magical bodies. But if the dark world works the way we think it does, Chris should be able to use magic. But they can't. Which implies that it's not enough to have a magical body. There has to be something else about you that makes you magical. And the only answer I can possibly give for that is your soul. Something about human souls. Because they mentioned that because monster bodies are made of magic, it means they're attuned to their soul. And that's why their defenses vary depending on their mood. Just like how a monster's defenses vary depending on their mood, Noelle's physical form varied depending on her mood. She looked like child Noelle for a moment. So it could be that Chris, or rather humans in general, are not in tune. Their souls just aren't designed to be in tune with magic. And that's why even when Chris has a magical body, their souls and their bodies are not syncing up. And that's why they can't use magic. Alternatively, as we've established, Chris is a unique human. Chris has potentially two souls. So maybe the reason that their body is unable to produce magic is because their souls are not in sync. Because that's one of the things that was interesting about Flowey, was that Flowey had plant-based powers and abilities, but he never had any magic. As far as I recall, he could shoot seeds at you, and he could create vines to wrap people up, but all his powers were an extension of his physical form. He could do things based out of being a plant. He couldn't conjure energy blasts or summon a halberd made of light or, summon fireballs. He was just a plant. And the only times he got supernatural powers was when he ascended to being a god or being a near god, in the case of Omega Flowey. So that would suggest that maybe Chris can use magic, they just haven't tried to do it yet. Maybe that's what they're setting up, that humans can't use magic, even in the Dark World, and yet Chris will be able to, because they have Azrael's soul. Maybe that'll be another instance of them foreshadowing it. There's some interesting lore here regarding how the Dark World works, and how their forms work, and what happens when they enter the Dark World, and how that relates to magic. All very interesting. Chris is the only one who knows how weird I am. Meaning that Chris is the only one who she's ever been comfortable around. It's not fair, Everyone knows how weird you are. And this is another instance of her thinking this. Because she literally addressed Chris by name. She wouldn't say, Chris is the only one who knows how weird I am, if she was saying that out loud. She's thinking that. Which is interesting. I guess she kind of admires the way, because it sounds a little weird, or mean, to be like, everyone knows how weird you are. But she's kind of talking about how, in this context, people knowing how weird Chris is means they know who Chris is. They know what they really are. Whereas Noelle, the only person who knows how weird she is Chris, and possibly her dad. Meaning that no one else knows the real her. Everyone else thinks she's just this generic girl next door who gets good grades and is, pleasant. And no one else knows about her eccentricities. So, in this instance, I think that's actually Noelle being envious of Chris. Man, am I ever going to be allowed to save? I've been recording for an hour and a half. It's a ball throwing game. Prize is a seat under the counter. Oh no, she's coming back this way. I'll hide in the stall. Hey, check this out. Sweet, right? God, Queen's the best. She's so funny. I think King is slightly more interesting, but God, Queen has the riz. She is so funny. She's so charismatic. And she just wants to impress Chris. It's adorable. And this is also foreshadowing that she's into baseball, which becomes part of her fight later on. I remember there was a theory, I think it's the universal mother theory, that Queen embodies how everyone she interacts with represents how that character's mother interacts with them, which not fully on board with. But I do like the idea that the thing that makes Queen a mother figure to someone like Jockington is that she likes sports. So that's a funny thought. Let me pull something up real quick. Alright, I had to check and see what the different results were for giving the gift to different people, to see if there's any variations that were interesting. Where's my prize? Oh, here. Haha, nice. Wait, I actually don't want this. Aw, Queen gave Chris a little present. But yeah, you can give the prize that we're about to get, that we just got, to different people, the present. You can give it to Birdley, Susie, Ralsei, or Noelle. If you give it to Noelle, she's like, does this mean Chris wants things to go back to how they were when we were kids? Because that was the last time Chris ever gave me a present. And then she's like, wait a second, that's what Queen gave you. You're just trying to get a refund. So, Yeah, it's clear that Chris and Noelle have grown apart a bit, and so the idea of them reconnecting is something that Noelle finds appealing because she clearly never really fully connected with anyone besides Chris. Then there's giving it to Birdley. Birdley's the funniest one, probably, because Birdley just shows up and then you give it to him. And at first he's like, oh, I can't believe you're already back with Susie. And then you give him the present and he opens it and it's a plush of himself with nipples. And he's like, well, I guess I'll forgive you for now. And then he leaves and everyone's like, why the heck did you give it to Birdley? And then at the end of the scene, he comes back and he's like, I'll follow for this room only. And if you have the Star Walker with you, then Star Walker pops out too. So you'll have Chris, Susie, Noelle, Ralsei, Birdley, and Star Walker. So it's really silly and funny. However, the more interesting options are Ralsei and Susie. If you give it to Ralsei, he's really flustered and he's like super happy and he like thinks to himself, I've never been given a present like this before. Possibly implying that he's never been given a present like that, but also that quite valid also alternative is that he's just never been given a present before. So it's a pretty sweet little moment. And then Ralph says like, I promised to win something for you too. And then he goes over and throws a ball at Noelle and it knocks the box off and the scene progresses. It's all very cute. And Ralsei actually keeps the present. Notably, Birdley keeps the present. Noelle does not keep it. She throws it away. Which means that the only characters who keep it are the other three. We don't know what happens to the Birdley plush when you give it to Birdley. Like, maybe we'll get to go to his house later, and if he's alive, maybe you can find the Birdley plush somewhere. Who knows? It's a Dark World item, so probably not. But an amusing concept. Maybe it comes back later. However, with Noelle, she doesn't keep it. And then with Ralsei and Susie, if you give it to Ralsei, we don't get to see anything of it because Ralsei doesn't have a room. But it is entirely possible, if not outright likely, that in a future chapter when we get to see Ralsei's room, the Ralsei plush toy will be in there somewhere. And then, of course, lastly, the one with the most interesting, the one I'm going to choose is Susie. Not only because I think that's the most likely option for Chris to pick, but also because it has the most entertaining options and the most tangible results. Because if you choose Susie, then a Susie plush toy shows up in Susie's bedroom later on when we go back to the castle town. In fact, that was not in the game at first. I think there was, I don't know if it was added later or if there was like a coding error that meant that it didn't load properly. Whatever the case, that's the most entertaining option and most canonical option, I think. Susie, you're not supposed to attack people with it. Oh yeah? Watch me. Yeah, because Ralsei has taught Susie how to heal. Chris, there you are. Look how happy he is to see Chris again. Like, what is that, 5 exclamation points? He's so happy. I mean, he was happy hanging out with Susie, but he's also super happy to see Chris again. Chris, check out my new attack. Hadouken! 2 HP. You felt slightly healed. How's that? Meet the new healing master, Chris. Oh, yes, she is a real master at it, Chris. God, teaching you sarcasm was a mistake. I like the implication that they wandered off, and Ralsei was taught how to be sarcastic, and Susie was taught how to heal people. And they're both equivalent levels of capable at their respectively new acquired skills. Oh, man. But yeah, that is worthwhile lore. It shows that the magic system for Lightners, at least the monster Lightners, is transferable. Susie can learn it, and presumably so can Noelle. It's a shame that there's not like a traditional RPG upgrade tree where we could like choose magic and spells and abilities to give to the characters, because I feel like that would lend itself to such entertaining interactions. And there's no reason Deltarune couldn't have that in it, you know? It could be so cool, and it would make the combat a lot more engaging. But it is what it is. Oh, Chris, what's that you got there? You have there. Is that a gift for someone? And he blushes. Yes, so there's lots of options, obviously. You can give it to any of them, and they're all pretty cute and sweet. I'm going to give it to Susie, though, because Susie's the one Chris likes the most. Huh? What? Alright, where the hell you get this? Perhaps they won it at that orb tossing game. Yeah, like Chris could ever win that. They must have stolen or something. Haha. She's trying to defuse real emotions with comedy and mockery because she's, probably not gifted things very often. Stole it? Wow, they must have really wanted to give it to you. That's a really funny line because it's clear that Rousey's instinct is to be against stealing, but they're more important, or his more important attitude is to support Chris. So he immediately spins it into a way to show how much Chris cares about Susie, and she's like, "Oh, well, takes guts to do something stupid like that." Man, she's so adorable. You know, me, Jaru's in the head and Jaru in the heart have very different opinions of Susie. Jaru in the heart's like, "Oh, look at my little cutie pie," and then Jaru in the head's like, "She's kind of a basic character. I don't know what to tell you guys. She's kind of a cliche, but at the end of the day, I do still like these characters." Guts. Once again, Guts is a stat. They bring it up again. Don't think I'm gonna let you outdo me. Immediately turns into a competition. It's like, fine, if I have to accept a gift, at least I'm gonna make it a competitive thing where I get to give you something too. If you're gonna pull some stupid stunt like that, then I'll steal you something too. She's super comfortable with the concept of stealing because she's a little street urchin. Christ. Cool box. Just steals the box. Uh, ah! Noelle? The hell were you doing in there? That's cheating. Glad you're okay, though. Since that stupid queen took you, I was kind of worried. Thump, thump. It's like, obviously she's not saying the words thump, thump. Wait. Aren't you on their side? Huh? Wait. Chris, help me. This is, and again, she's thinking this. She's not saying this. So, the she is our enemy option's funnier because Chris and Susie both draw their weapons, which is really silly. But I don't want to be mean to Noelle. We have a truce. That's right. We have a truce. Chris said I could be on your team. Oh, really? Looks at Chris. Well, if Chris said so, I guess. Didn't really want to kill you anyway. Thump, thump. God, Noelle. So, get in line already. Noelle's gonna be just fantasizing about these moments for the rest of forever, isn't she? Like, just every time Susie bumps into her, she probably goes home and thinks, "Oh my gosh, she bumped into me today." Oh, ridiculous. Okay. Chris also said I should be behind Susie. Well, if Chris said so, let's go already. I will also join. Chris turns to the camera. Okay, so yeah, the Star Walker joins. Hey, Noelle, one thing we gotta get straight. Yes? Where the hell did you put that cool box? I just sort of, whatever. Just make us another one. Okay, sure. It's a ball throwing game. Wow, Susie still wanted it. Because she wanted to give it to Chris. But yeah, so we have the Star Walker for this room and this room only. And he just slides around. He doesn't even change direction. He just slides. Okay, let's see what happens when we go in this room. Also, Noelle, eyes up here. Alright, come on. Isn't that where we came from? Yeah, there isn't any cotton candy left, so... Y'all ate it all? How did Chris end up being the leader? Oh, fine. Wahoo! Yahoo! Yahoo! And then the Star Walker goes back in our inventory. Oh, thank God, a save point. Alright, heights. Making progress, making progress. Discussing interesting lore, too. So, alright. I'm going to stop recording for now. And we are back with more Deltarune. I loaded in like this, and so it's just having Noelle standing there embarrassed, looking down. Quite silly. Where are your eyes? Looking, Noelle, come on. But yeah, so before I continue, someone pointed out something kind of interesting to me that I hadn't thought of before regarding Rouse and Spamton. Specifically, how Rouse and Spamton are the only characters so far to have like mannequins, like dummies that you put clothes on. We have the one that I bought of Spamton wearing the blue dress, but there's also one of Rouse wearing, you know, the Rouse dummy that we fight in the first chapter. Well, it's not really a fight, it's more of a tutorial. And it just sort of, that's an interesting parallel, because, I mean, within the context of this game, freedom, choice, being a puppet, having no meaningful decisions, and trying to cope with that. Like, those are all really important concepts, and both Rouse and Spamton seem to be two of, if not the two most knowledgeable characters regarding the real story. Like, what's actually happening in this world. Like, in my theories would be they're the ones who know about the time loop. But regardless of what's the case, they're the ones who are in the know regarding whatever dirty secrets are underpinning this world. And within the context of the theme, we have Spamton, who hates that he's a puppet. He's desperate for freedom, and it's driven him mad not having that freedom. Whereas Rouse is content. He's accepted the status quo and emphasizes that our choices still matter, even if we can't change something in the cosmic scale. So, like, even if we couldn't break the time loop, he insists that our choices still matter to the people around us. Like, what choices we make, you know, like, what I say will decide if Noelle is happy, if Rouse is happy, if Susie's happy. So, like, even if we can't change the ending of the game, on our journey to that ending, our choices matter to the people around us. And that is good enough, as far as Rouse is concerned. Good enough to feel like our lives have meaning. So it's an interesting parallel. So, and the fact that those two dummies end up side by side, next to each other at the end of Chapter 2, kind of further leans into this concept. So, just an interesting detail I thought I'd point out. Shout outs to Kirby. I think that was the name of the commenter who brought that to my attention. It was like Super Kirby or something. So yeah, good catch. It's definitely an interesting, probably intentional. Now, what's funny about these teacups is that I know there's a way, theoretically, to make it to where Noelle gets to jump into the teacups, but I don't. It's like a really awkward sequence of events. Like, I think you have to skip past this because I don't think it's actually like lore relevant at all. Deltarune teacups. Okay, yeah. So basically, you can like do a thing where you all interact in a specific way. Basically, how you interact makes the decision of whether Noelle and all three of us get into a teacup for a second, or whether it's just the regular three getting in. And if it's all four of us, you don't actually get any special dialogue or cute interactions, sadly, despite Noelle wanting to share a teacup with Susie. So it's actually more like you get more content and comedy by doing it the other way. But I'm a people pleaser. I'd rather, Susie and Noelle get to ride in their little teacups. So we'll do it that way. It's not super important lore or anything, so it's not a big deal. Look, Chris, another teacup ride. But there's only 3 seats. Maybe 2 of us could share one? She's thinking this here because it's in parentheses. Damn, guess we gotta take the stairs. Deer and teacups, a dangerous combination. It's kind of interesting how they consistently refer to Noelle as a deer, and not as a reindeer. Trans Noelle headcanon grows more powerful. In case you're not aware of the meme, which I apparently stumbled into, people like to point out that Noelle's antlers, like normal deer, do not have antlers unless they're male. So this is field theories that Noelle is trans. A perfectly valid theory, might I add. It apparently became quite a meme on the Reddit, though, so everyone was joking about it when I brought it up in one of the other videos. And what's funny is, though, that people like to point out, well, actually, reindeer, female reindeer have antlers too. So it's kind of interesting that she's almost, I think, exclusively referred to as a deer and not as a reindeer. Only her dad's referred to as a reindeer. So, kind of an interesting coinky-dink. Use that for your Noelle antler fuel. Wait, I know. To turn off that force field, you just stay standing on the switch. Huh. Well, see you later. Wait, what did I volunteer for? So yeah, it's a perfectly valid little theory. I guess it got brought up too much, and so people on Reddit lost their marbles. But people on Reddit lose their marbles at the drop of a hat, so it makes sense. Chris, don't take too long, okay? Oh, and so, yeah. Regular, white-tailed deer, the females don't have antlers. And Noelle looks a lot more like a white-tailed deer in the light world. She even has a little white fluffy tail, much like white-tailed deer. So the idea that, she's not a reindeer, maybe her mom is a different kind of deer, and so Noelle is a unique kind of deer, or maybe deer monsters produce different species of deer randomly, is all valid theories. And, some people will respond with, they're monsters, so it doesn't matter. It's clearly not following regular biology, except that the lion waitress exists, and she is really, really, as explicitly a trans character as you can get without spelling it out. She literally transitions in Undertale from wearing stereotypically male outfits to wearing Metaton's dress. And that character is also has a mane. Lions have manes only if they're a male. So if Toby Fox followed biology for the lion waitress, stands to reason that he would follow it for Noelle as well. But, just thought I'd throw that out there. It appears to be some kind of force field. The Treasure of Air, where 301, place 1 to 3. I'm always overthinking these little riddles, because they're just for these silly little puddles that don't matter. But the Treasure of Air. Being able to breathe, where 3 or 1, place 1 to 3. Since there's 3 protagonists, you could interpret this as being some sort of lore thing, but probably is not. Perhaps it means we all have to enter 1 teacup. You reached that conclusion real fast, Rel say, because you already seen this puzzle. Well, I don't like doing it, but it works. I bet this enemy is not here if we wait to finish this until after we release Noelle. Actually, I bet, no, we can't. I bet we have to get past this enemy to release Noelle. So yeah. Alright, bring it on. Hey Chris, let me show you my ultimate healing. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. It's a little awkward that you can't, like, defend with Rouse and then use Susie's magic. That's kind of inconvenient. I forgot it takes so much TP. Alright. Ultimate heal. On Chris. Defend. It's kind of funny how both Susie and Noelle learn a spell this chapter that requires all of your TP. And one is fatal while the other is healing. Kind of interesting. Ultimate heal. That's the worst healing I've seen. Is she charging for that? So yeah. Interesting stuff. And that opens the way forward. Wait for me. So yeah, right there, if instead of going to fight the ambulance, you go down to do the teacup puzzle first and then come back, she'll ask why we got into a teacup together, and Susie will say, balloons. And Noelle will be like, what? And Susie will be like, trust me, you don't want to know. And so Susie's just sort of confused, or Noelle's just sort of confused. It's a fine little interaction, a little optional dialogue, but I'd rather let Noelle get the opportunity to ride with Susie, so we're gonna do that instead. It is really funny how much of kind of a baby's first RPG Deltarune is. Like almost every chest is like, it's so hard to miss anything. It's extremely linear, very little in the way of open exploration. Even combat is super simple and doesn't require much in the way of thought. It's mostly just dodging. So I don't know. It's very, very simplistic. In fact, I kind of want. There was a point where I was working on a script for a video where I rank every trope in Deltarune and I rate them based off of how well I think Deltarune uses that trope. I still might do it, honestly, because I think that'd be a really funny video. However, what was the point? The reason I bring it up is I was just getting to the tropes about video game mechanics, and it kind of made me realize that Deltarune's kind of on the weak side when it comes to gameplay. Not to say it's not fun, but at the end of the day, I think Deltarune is mostly popular for having a few novel gameplay concepts, namely the combat system, rather than having a truly iconic or not iconic, but truly compelling gameplay system. Like when you compare it to other common RPGs like Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy, the combat system's a bit shallow. Ultimately, every fight kind of goes the same way, and you don't really have much choice regarding how it goes. They're trying to introduce choice. I think that's the whole point of having both spare and pacify options. It's supposed to be introducing gameplay variety, but compared to just having an arsenal of different ways of fighting people, which is what normally you have in RPGs, I just don't find it nearly as compelling from a gameplay standpoint. Obviously, this version has its advantages. It's useful for storytelling purposes, but I think Deltarune is mostly popular for being funny, charming, having good characters, and great music and fun art style. I don't think it's really popular because, oh my god, that's the best gameplay ever. It's my #1 RPG gameplay experience. It's like, not really. I think if it did have a super compelling RPG gameplay mechanics, it would be a much more popular game to do challenge runs of and stuff. But no one's out here being like, oh my god, can I beat Deltarune using nothing but I don't know, the spare button. The only way I can interact with enemies is by sparing them repeatedly. No one's out here doing that because that would be just boring. It's just the normal gameplay, but slower and less interesting. So, yeah, I think it's a bit limited in that regard. But I digress. Teacup. You all jumped into one teacup. You heard a clicking sound. Huzzah. Hell no, we're doing that again. So yeah, say like even though Noelle got to jump in there with Susie this time, she has no special dialogue, which is a shame. We do climb like several stories up, don't we? Like, I like how this is clearly a ladder and we're just walking up it. Who needs animations? Am I right, Toby Fox? Why invest in animations when we can give Giga Queen more ridiculous sprites? And then you click. Balloons! Cute. And there's all these balloons floating up, which is kind of neat. Yeah, it's interesting how like they had Susie, they had to have Noelle leave the party to give us a fight, because clearly Toby had not yet coded a way to have 4 combatants in the game, or at once. I think it was it Deltarune where they said they were working on making it to where we could have more people in our party at once? I don't remember now. I might be mixing it up with other games. Hopefully they do that though. I mean, I don't envy Toby Fox in regards of trying to develop and make his gameplay more interesting, because it is coming from a more unique kind of foundation. But at the end of the day, I think there's enough major popular RPGs out there that he could draw inspiration from that I don't think he needs to... I don't think it has to be as simple as it is. Oh my god. Me overanalyzing the colors of a firework because I'm curious if it's representative of something. Oh, did we lose Noelle? What happened? Man, we're just... Wait. Why did we lose Noelle? Oh, because we have a fight scene. Where the heck did Noelle go? This is a super dangerous place to be, by the way. We're getting shot at with fireworks. Upgrade? There's only one solution for a mouse. Oh, I remember now. Here, kitty kitty. Don't we just have to fight the cat now? Huh? I'll work with who I have to. Wait a second. Where's Noelle? Sorry, I just never seen fireworks up close before. I mean, I guess it's supposed to be further emphasizing that she's this small town girl who's never been around cool stuff like fireworks. Those bullets? What? You scared? I guess so. Maybe that's why I couldn't stop watching? Yeah, because she likes things that scare her. Yeah. The real reason was that Toby did not have it programmed that Noelle could be in fights, but he didn't want this whole section to be without fights, so he had her just disappear again. It's pretty funny how much that is a plot device in this section of the game. You put the mouse in the hole. What a silly little gameplay mechanic. Yeah, there's really no lore to be found here. This is just a mini game that exists to freshen up the gameplay. Yeah, it's like 20 more. Damn, we're gonna be here forever. Maybe if we split up the work? Huh? I'll release the mice. Susie will break the balloons when they reach the top. And Chris, you catch them, if that's okay. Ready? Go. Oh god, I got distracted. Oh god, Chris. Pretty simple little mini game. Not much in the way of lore. It's basically just the characters being silly patooties. Hell yeah, take that, you stupid mice. It's nice seeing you enjoy puzzles, Susie. Well, maybe they aren't awful if you do them like that. Not bad, Noelle. That was kinda smart. Huh? Thanks. Maybe next time I'll let you do my homework. Can I? God, Noelle, you are the simpiest simp. Hey, what the hell are you doing with our mice? We worked on getting those together. Oh, fine. Didn't want to program what happens if you go ahead without the mice. It's full of mice. Yeah. And, you know, obviously dire fans will defend the gameplay without much consideration. And just say, oh, well, not without consideration, but just assume that, you know, we like it, so it must be good. Or, not that it must be good, but that it must be incapable of improvement. It's like, I think the gameplay could improve substantially. That doesn't mean it's bad the way it is. I just think that if the game's going to be like a 20-hour experience, then we probably want to freshen it up over the course of the playthrough. Put the bucket in the hole. It's full of bucket. Oh, it's been a while. Let me just check on Lancer. Yeah. Same old, same old. Okay, and here's the part where we split up from Noelle. Look, we're finally close to the fountain. So that's Queen's Mansion. You can see the dark fountain behind it. It looks purple now, whereas it was blue when we viewed it from a distance. Maybe the light from the city, which is predominantly blue, maybe that was reflected off the dark fountain? Possibly. Best explanation I got. However, it is interesting how Queen's Castle has a lot of similarity, or Queen's Mansion has a lot of similarities to Rousseau's mansion, or Rousseau's Castle. Gosh darn it. The way that it kind of angles, like the towers angle out like at a 40-degree angle, rather than going straight up, is kind of similar to how the spires look around Rousseau's Castle. And of course, it also makes it further look like wings on a being. Like these are Queen's big ol' wings on her big ol' head, which makes it further resemble the Deltarune symbol, which I think is probably by design. I mean, it's a cool aesthetic. It stands out more. Very Soul Eater-esque. It's Queen's Mansion. Huh? Wait, why did we come here? Chris, you brought Noelle right to me. Like, even those things in the back almost look like kind of like pointed houses, similar to the way it looks in Rousseau's Castletown. I knew our truce was the best, but unfortunately, that means truces are over. Noelle, get over here. Am I still recording? Yes, I am. But Noelle, I will only say it one time. Infinitely. Get over here, 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 get over here. She's hilarious. Noelle, are you hesitating? Let me if-then this for you. How about if you don't listen, then a certain blue bird might take a ride in the acid river. What's funny about that is that there is a river made of acid, and there's a boat in the river of acid, so this threat could absolutely be valid without necessarily threatening Birdley's life. But Birdley, this is also the most threatening thing Queen's done so far. I'm sorry, Chris, Susie, I wish I could have stayed with you longer, but yeah, once again, this seems to be in her head. I can't let Birdley get hurt, you know? Don't be sad, Noelle, honey. All that remains is the final step. My splendorous queen! Splendorous? Splendorous? There you are. Phew, I looked at every used game store for you. Oh, Noelle, are you okay? You look a little funny. Okay, plan B. Huh? What are you doing? I see now her will must be unleashed by force. Yeah, will, willpower, determination, all kind of synonyms. Very interesting. Perhaps if I make her face into a robot one? But you said you wouldn't do that if I... Variable lying set to true. We were going to be smart together. That's not fair. Understood. Fairness activated. Hey! I love how Chris does not care at all. Good thing I calibrated these cages. I wonder if Chris doesn't care, or if, like, they're just incapable of... No, I think Chris just doesn't care. I was gonna say, maybe it's because they're possessed, they don't have clear reactions that they would normally have. But Chris has always been a cool as a cucumber. Good thing I calibrated those cages. You said I could trust you. You said you were a gamer. Burnley, I only play mobile games. No! Look at that sprite. That's so funny. Also, the joke's hilarious. Of course, the universal mother over here only plays mobile games. One of you is going to help me with my plan. This is also one of those jokes that's only going to age worse as people mobile game more and more complex games get put on mobile. So that's kind of funny. One of you is going to help me with my plan, and it's going to be Noelle. The rest of you, go to your rooms. Man, it just goes to show it doesn't take much to defeat a group of teenagers if you're intelligent and powerful. Every other series ever that has teenagers as the protagonists should probably take note. What are you going to do with me? Oh, Dab. You're still here. I only made 4 cages. This is another interesting detail because the Queen just didn't really register or pay attention to Rousseau at all. In fact, no one really does in this chapter who isn't named Chris or Susie. So it's kind of interesting. It makes you wonder why no one pays attention to Rousseau. I mean, to be fair, Rousseau's new to this world, and he's not a Darkener. Or rather, he's not a Lightener. So it's possible Queen's just not interested in Darkeners, and so she just sort of writes him off. The same way she would write off Lancer if he wasn't, in her pocket. It's also interesting that she doesn't recognize Azriel's face, although I guess her facial recognition software isn't great. And also, he doesn't look exactly like Azriel. I literally don't know. Ha ha ha. Wow. Freaking Super Mario World looking thing. How do you like your new room units? As you can see, they are perfectly suited to your interests. I'm going to pause the recording for a moment to eat dinner. I'll be right back. Alrighty. I had to take a short break right then to go eat dinner, but I'm back. As you can see, they are perfectly suited to your interests, which I gleaned from your internet search results. Very interesting. This is actually going to be quite entertaining and educational. It also raises the question of whether Chris and Susie and co. were searching the internet from their homes or from their lab. Like, does Queen have access to the stuff Chris has looked up in their home? Or only stuff they've looked up in the public library? I estimate you will have no desire to leave. Please tantalize yourself with your surroundings, and wait patiently while I dominate the world. Toodles! Chris, hey, can you hear me? Looks like there's some way to communicate between rooms. Convenient, isn't it? I really thought of everything. Shut up! Anyway, let's think of some way to get out of here. I'll say, you got any bright ideas? Hey, where the hell's Rousseau? Damn, that soft yet tender screaming. Chris, that's gotta be him. Quick, We gotta think of some way to get out. Look at her face. Just let that sink in for a moment. Her funny little face. Anything you smuggled in that might help us? You tried to call on the cell phone. It's nothing but garbage noise. I haven't mentioned it recently in this playthrough, but the garbage noise is likely connected to Gaster. Did you know that? How crazy, huh? Hey, Chris, do you hear something? Sounds like it's coming from your pocket? Your phone going off or something? Use the egg. It's me, Lancer. Release me and I will release you. You tried to call on the cell phone. Hey, Chris, does your phone usually, yell? Try to call on the cell phone. What's funny is you'd think she's talking about your cell phone here, but I think she's actually just talking about the sounds Lancer's making. Hey, Chris, pick up your damn phone. Isn't it with your keys or whatever? I wonder how many of y'all have ever just sat here screwing around like this. It's nothing but garbage noise. I wonder how long. Like, will it force me out eventually? Yeah, I assume... I'm going to let it wait a little longer just to see if it has anything else. But I'm going to assume that this is the extent of the dialogue. Side note, it is interesting how Spamton's glasses are pink and yellow, which are kind of the two colors of sparing that you can have in Undertale. The names on enemies are either yellow or pink. I don't know if that has any lore significance or not, but kind of neat. Alright, I went ahead and checked the code to see if there was any more that would occur, and I've been sitting here a few minutes, and no, nothing's happening. So, we will now proceed. God, 5,000 dark dollars. I'm rich. Lancer. And he is a spade card. Missed me? Yeah. Further emphasizing how darkners can take on different shapes. It's almost like the object that creates a darkner is their soul. That's an interesting thought. Because we were discussing earlier how it's possible that in the dark world, like your shape is mutable, like it can be altered, like how we saw Noelle shrink into a tiny baby form of herself. And Lancer can shrink down into a card. So it could be that the objects that make a darkener is effectively its soul. And that soul is what decides its attributes. Specifically, Lancer was probably around humans as a card who were silly little goofy guys. And both he and his dad inherited those goofiness attributes. Of course, King's gone through a lot more depression arc, so he's a bit more of a mess. But it's similar. It makes you wonder, if a darkener can move through the light world, would you see its object moving around? Or would they be invisible? Maybe they're able, if they're powerful enough, they can manifest, a very limited version of their soul? Maybe not, maybe they're functionally invisible. You know how, Rouse and the river person wear cloaks? Maybe they have just enough physicality in the light world to wear a cloak to kind of obscure the fact that they're just a ghost, a weird translucent entity. Yeah, I think there's something there. Anyway, missed me? Because I missed you, ha ha ha! Lancer, that you? I thought you ditched us. No, I love ditches, but I would never ditch you. I was simply relaxing in Chris's spacious pants hole. I hate that. I hate that so much. Just everything about that phrasing. Pocket. Yes, and I saw it all. Pants, lint, various items. A wild mom put you in some shock cages. Yeah, we're trapped, so, it's funny because, like, some people take that to mean Lancer is, like, Queen's child, but other people have referred to her as looking like a mom, so, like, specifically Cap'n, so it doesn't actually prove anything. And I think Queen actively makes fun of that concept, because I don't think Darkeners reproduce or anything. Like, Lancer is the king's son through happenstance, rather than any actual biological inheritance or attributes. Yeah, we're trapped, so, hey, wait, did you see us on the roller coaster? Yes, it was amazing! My first coaster ride! Haha, I love getting nauseous with friends. Hey, you should probably, free us. Oh, right, yes! You can always rely on a friendly me to make you free! On a friendly me to make you free. I wouldn't give that line any credit or like any attention if it weren't for how important freedom is and how Lancer is a prince from the dark. So, interesting detail. Haha, I have no idea how to use this. Request. New item for room. That sounds good. Item request, shovel. L. Quantity, let's say 999. Ho ho, it worked! Let's go, blues person whose name I know. I know you know my name. Or rather, Chris's name. You've said it before. Blue person whose name I know. What a goober. Use the communication device? Yes. You put your whole head inside and honked. Chris! The hell are you doing? Huh? Trying to fit your head inside? Yeah, me too. Hey! We don't have time for this! You consider dropping bath bombs inside, but there's no time. It seems to have been overloaded by shovel requests. This is known as a dozens and dozens of shovels attack. That's in reference to a DDoS attack, which has a similar acronym, but is a totally different thing. All right, let's take a look at this stuff, because this is stuff Chris has been searching on the internet. Whether they were searching at home from their computer or just from the computer library or the computer lab is unclear, but let's take a look. It's dozens and dozens of bath bombs. From search query, DIY bath bomb. It's dozens and dozens of bath bombs, yeah. So, Toriel mentions Chris dropping a bath bomb in the toilet and having a plumber have to come out, I believe she said. Or it was a bomb of some sort. It might have been a cherry bomb, but I think it was a bath bomb. So this is a very... Now, normally, a bath bomb... Let me double check just to be certain I'm not making this up. I think bath bombs are little items you drop in the bath to make them all soapy and bubbly. Yeah, it's a solid, typically spherical shaped cosmetic product designed to be added to a bath that dissolves in water, releasing various ingredients that add color, fragrance, and often other beneficial properties to the bath water. Bath bombs are popular for creating a more enjoyable and relaxing bathing experience. Key features of bath bombs include fizzing action, coloring, fragrance, skin softening, shapes and designs, etc. Okay. In that case, yeah. So I think Chris probably created bath bombs before any tragic stuff occurred and they just wanted to use them for pranks. But at the same time, using fragrant smelling stuff to cover up the other smells does have its applications for nefarious contexts. It's a jelly in the shape of various knives. From search query, sharpest kitchen knife jello. Now, I've theorized in the past that this was referencing a YouTube video in which someone makes a knife out of jello, which was supported by the fact that Chris has also Googled how to make, or has also clicked on an ad for how to make spaghetti knives. But just the fact that Chris is so keen on having access to the sharpest possible knives is interesting. As people have pointed out, you can have an interest in knives without being a homicidal maniac. But I also don't think Chris is a homicidal maniac. I just think that if you're walking around with a collection of knives, chances are somebody's going to get stabbed. Just on general principle. It's like walking around with a gun. It's like someone's going to get shot. That's just how guns work. It's Jongler's Book on Jongling and Other Tricks. From search query, how to use magic. This is one of the stronger pieces of evidence in favor of magic being non-existent in the light world, because in a world where magic exists and is just like an Undertale, and monsters can create fireballs and throw elemental spears and all that stuff, in a world like that, wouldn't the first search query, if you Googled how to use magic, wouldn't that be going to websites for monsters? Like monster websites on teaching kids how to use their magic? Just like how, if you look up how to dress for the prom, it's not going to bring up a book on costume design in a fictional prom setting. This metaphor fell apart. Point is, you would find something relatable to the task. The only reason you'd end up with something as comically insignificant as juggling and other magic tricks is if regular true magic just doesn't exist in this setting. So I'm pretty sure that's a hint. And also, it further hints at the nature of Chris. Because it would be one thing if monsters had access to magic and Chris wanted to be more like their monster family and use magic. But evidence seems to imply that there is no magic. Monsters can't use it. Not in the light world. And therefore, Chris looking up how to use magic has to be coming from a different direction. Specifically one of, they want to use magic to achieve some end. And you usually only rely on magic to achieve things that you can't achieve through normal means. Now, obviously, you could argue, a teenager wanting to use magic isn't super suspicious. It could be completely harmless. But I don't look at Chris and think, they have a harmless, normal backstory. I look at Chris and think, there's some trauma happening here. And I think that the trauma has to do with their brother, who is currently represented through some sort of Kingdom Hearts-esque nobody in the form of Ralsei. So I think it is incredibly likely that Chris is looking at magic in an attempt to resurrect their brother, who they are responsible for killing. That's my theory on the topic. But either way, I think Chris has done something wrong, and they were looking at magic as a way of trying to find a way to fix what they did wrong. It's a calendar with college vacations circled. Yeah, college vacation circled. From search query, summer vacation college when? Now, the surface level interpretation of this, which is the one most people go with, is that, Chris misses their brother. They want to know when Asriel is coming home, and so they looked it up. I take it a step further. I think Asriel was supposed to come home a lot sooner, and he died, and it's Chris's fault, and Chris has been covering up ever since. However, I think Chris's family, specifically the Dreamers, but also other people in town, have been putting pressure on Chris to reveal when Asriel's coming home. The reason they're putting pressure on Chris is because Chris has arranged it in such a way to where the only quote-unquote real information about Asriel's circumstances are being relayed through them. In other words, I think Asriel almost certainly had a phone, because Toriel gives all her kids phones, yet Burger Pants refuses to use his phone to call Asriel, which implies that Burger Pants thinks he cannot contact Asriel via phone, despite them being old buddies, which further implies that Chris has spread a lie about something something happening to Azriel's phone. And so, since Azriel no longer has a phone, he has to communicate to the town through email. And this is further supported by the fact that Alphys has straight up mentioned that it is common knowledge that Chris stays up late talking to Azriel on the computer. And this is known to multiple people. And Chris is not talkative. They don't go around telling people things. So the fact that everyone knows this, including Burger Pants, Alphys, etc., implies that it's something that's been circulated by the people who are invested in Azriel's life. I think other people who are not Chris have tried to contact Azriel, failed. People who care about Azriel, such as Burger Pants, Alphys, whoever, and when they failed, they ask Toriel, they ask Asgore, and what they find is what Chris has told them, namely that Azriel's phone broke, and that the only way to contact him is through email, and that Chris is the only one who has Azriel's email address. And so nobody knows when Azriel's coming home, because Chris is the only source of information. But Azriel has to come home. You don't go to college forever. There's vacation, and then you come home to visit your family, especially a mama's boy like Azriel. Which means that the fact that Chris is looking this up says that Chris needed to find the time period in which Azriel has to come home. Because whenever that is, that's basically Chris's deadline. Once Azriel fails to arrive in that time period, the jig is up. The fact that Azriel is dead can no longer be covered up, because people will be like, okay, why isn't Azriel here? Chris, tell us. And Chris will have to come up with some new lie. And whatever the lie is, it'll become even more explicitly false, because lies become increasingly, exponentially, provably false the more lies you stack on top of each other. So yeah, that's what I've deduced from the evidence available. When Azriel died, how he died, what happened to his body, what happened to his car, things like that are all questions that are yet to be answered. And there's plenty of possibilities, but I do think it is likely that Azriel's dead and it's Chris's fault. Or at the very least, Chris blames themselves for Azriel's death. People like to bring up, why is Chris level 1 in the light world if they have caused someone to die? Now, I would argue that if it's an accident, you wouldn't gain XP or LV. If I'm, if I Rube Goldberg a machine that accidentally falls over and hits someone on the head, it'd be a little silly for me to get a LV for that. Or if I trip and drop something, it's hardly an execution. But even if we ignore that, it's entirely reasonable that Chris would blame themselves for putting Azriel in a situation that could get Azriel killed. So even if Chris didn't kill Azriel themselves, they may have caused Azriel to be in a life or death situation, which Azriel did not make it out of. So either way, Chris not having EXPLV, that's only an issue if we insist on Chris killing Azriel themselves intentionally, which is almost certainly not how it would have played out if this theory is accurate, which I think it is. It's two pixelized Toriels playing the piano. It's interesting that she's wearing what looks like her robes from Undertale. I mean, we don't see the front, so it could just be a similar version of her current outfit. From search query, video game piano tutorial. They misspelled tutorial and spelled Toriels, like the way tutorial spelled. So instead of giving a tutorial for how to play a video game piano, a video game song on the piano, it gave Chris two Toriels. One thing that I've thought of in the past, like looking at Toriel with that outfit on, is that since it's so similar to what Father Alvin wears, it's possible that there's the angel religion has existed in both realities. And so it could be that in the Undertale reality, Toriel, after losing her family, devoted herself to her faith, to her religion, and that's why she's wearing the robes of her, of the angel religion. Now, at the same time, the Deltarune symbol does represent the Dreamer royal family, so she doesn't actually have to be part of that order to wear that symbol. But the fact that it's so similar to the robes that Alvin wears does potentially lend itself to that idea. It could be that Toriel was a member of the church in her youth, and that's why she's wearing the robes here. Maybe these are just the choir robes. Maybe this is just how these robes look. Or maybe they look closer to what Ralsei wears. Who knows? There's lots of possibilities here. Oh, but what this does mainly characterize is that Chris has spent a not insubstantial amount of time learning how to play the piano. Whereas Asriel is mostly only known for singing. And as a result, when Chris is possessed by us, they can't play the piano. This is another detail that supports the notion that it's not just the player controlling Chris, because there's plenty of players out there who are good at the piano, and yet they can't play the piano well when controlling Chris. So, I mean, you could come up with some shoehorned logic, not shoehorned logic, but like logic like, oh, because you're possessing them, you don't have full motor dexterity, and so you can't accurately play the piano. But like, that wasn't an issue in Undertale, and more importantly, we can control Chris to do almost anything in these games, in these chapters. So it seems a little random to be like, oh, but they can't play the piano. So it seems likely to me that whoever's possessing Chris in the normal narrative simply can't play the piano. And since Asriel is not known to play the piano, it would make sense that it's, could be him. Obviously, it doesn't specifically lend itself to being Asriel, but it does lend itself to being another character, one who doesn't have this skill. Also, it further lends the tying of Asriel to Ralsei, because Ralsei can sing, and regularly does sing. It's one of his attributes. So, further proves that Ralsei and Asriel are connected, although that's hardly a crazy revelation. Now, this almost looks like a VHS tape. It's a VHS explaining how to install video game piano. From search query, video game piano tutorial. Chris clearly just wanted to figure out how to play a video game song on the piano, and Queen gave them multiple different interpretations that are wrong. It is interesting that it's a VHS, because that is some old tech to be giving someone in the 2020s. I would only assume this is what Queen provides, because Queen is, and everything else in the cyber world, is pretty old, like from the 90s old. And it's implied that Queen and her mansion existed at the time of Spamton's rise to power, back in the 1997. So it makes sense that she would represent it via VHS, because she's old. I do not think that's any evidence for what the current era is, though. I think we're probably in the 2020s in Deltarune, more or less. Search query, video game piano tutorial, yeah. All right, and that's everything in here. A shocking amount of lore can be found from this room alone. It's quite fascinating. And I think that's it, so we shall proceed. Chris, hey. Man, Lancer, you're the best, dude. Come on, Noelle and Ralsei are waiting. Yes, let's put the pedal on the metal. That's cough, cough. He's starting to turn gray because he's turning into a statue. Makes sense. Hey, Lancer, you okay, dude? I'm fine. Just very cold. Hey, what the hell? Hey, are you okay, dude? Here, let me heal you. Thanks, Susie, but... Darn, it's not strong enough, huh? Quick, Chris, let's find Ralsei. Maybe he can heal him. Wait! You two aren't going to leave without me, are you? Yeah, we are. But, Noelle, my damsel in distress, she may be in distress. And if I cannot help her, then... Okay, fine, you can come if you shut up. Every time a cutscene ends, Chris turns towards the camera. Quite disconcerting. Seems like the room is overflowing with shovels. And you don't have anything to dig through them with. There's no way to dig out of this mess. Very silly. We have a save point now. I guess I'll go ahead and save. You have escaped from your second personalized room of the day. You are filled with the power of vacation hobes. Very silly. Before we progress, also, have you ever noticed these floating things? What are these? One second, I have to look this up. Okay, they're nothing fancy. They're just vases. A shame. I was hoping it'd be something interesting. Before we progress, or before I end the recording session, I'm going to just pop into these rooms real quick. How did Susie escape? It's a vacuum-powered book. From search query, losers, this library sucks. Well, this proves that Susie at least did her internet browsing at the library, which makes sense since she seems to come from a background in which she would not have a home PC. Library. It's funny that she spelled library correctly. It's a painted egg. It's warm. From search query, can hard-boil eggs hatch? Presumably, yeah, they mentioned that, or Temmie mentioned that Susie was mean because she told Temmie that her egg would never hatch. And now we see the prequel to that joke, which is that Susie actually looked it up. Susie's talk tube thing looks a bit bigger than her for her larger head. It's funny how it's just sticking out of like the dirt. Susie's computer doesn't seem compatible with the skateboard game. Seems to be a somewhat glitched out hologram. From search query, I doubt this means anything. Yeah. I'm sure this was just Susie smashing the keyboard in boredom. It's a copy of an online skateboarding game. From search query, cool skateboard game online. It's a skateboarding game, but the AI is cheating. It's impossible to win. From search query, cool skateboard game online cheat. I'm trying to deduce if there's anything really interesting about like these three, because most of this is not exactly Susie lore deep. Like, wow, did you know that she's probably comes from a poor background? This one's the only one that might be something, but even then, it's probably just she smashed on the keyboard and it randomly searched some gibberish. Yeah, not much more to say on this room. The nameplate reads Burgley. Birdley. Peek inside? Yes. What you saw surprised you. Sort of. What would be surprising about Birdley? You respected the gamer's code. No screen peeking. What would be surprising about Birdley? I don't know. Maybe that he's gay? I don't know. Like, whatever the secret is, it has to be something that if we find out about it later, it has to make this joke funny. So it has to be something that you go, oh, I didn't know that about Birdley, although it makes sense. So, It could be something like, oh, he's some sort of type of LGBTQ type person. Or it could be that Birdley is connected somehow to someone interesting. Like, we don't know Birdley's last name. It could be that he's connected to some important people. We've mentioned before that, every man's also a bird. Hard to say. The nameplate reads Caddy's Room. That's Caddy with a Y, which means I think that's the caddy who is, it's not the one who's in our classroom, or in Chris's classroom, I should say. So this is the ukulele playing purple cat. Yes. It's wallpapered with the pink cat ad from the city. It's animated too. I mentioned that it resembled her because she's got yellow eyes and pink fur, and the cat ad is pink and yellow. You could smell the glittery cat food from here anyway. Yeah, there's not really anything interesting about Caddy to be deduced. I mean, maybe we'll look back in Chapter 6 and be like, oh my god, I can't believe they foreshadowed that Caddy is from the city and that her girlfriend died in the glitter factory explosion or something. I don't know. Like, there could be, maybe there's something there. The nameplate reads Jockington's room. Peek inside. It's beautiful. Jockington is such a meme. You feel like Noelle would enjoy this more. Probably. She and Jockington get along. Jockington's a meme character. I don't really put much weight into his existence. Notably, there's like tons of doors. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 26 doors that we can see. Now, not all of these have to be for Lighteners, but it does leave the door open to, like, we're accessing these, but it's quite possible that other characters have, other people in the hometown have used the internet or used the computer lab. The nameplate reads Azriel's room. Peek inside. You opened the door with your eyes closed. You saw nothing. This is such a menacing line. Like, if you're in the camp that thinks Azriel's okay, that Azriel's fine, that Chris just misses him, this is shockingly grim for that interpretation. Like, I've gone time periods without being around friends or family. I don't become so distressed about it that I can't even look at their stuff. I don't know. This one's kind of grim. Why Chris would not... I mean, I guess you could make the argument if you're a player is part of the regular narrative truther, that you could argue that, oh, Chris just doesn't want the player seeing Azriel's stuff. Which is possible, but I obviously don't read it that way. In the meta-narrative, it's the player and Chris, and the player clearly wants to see what's in here, so it has to be Chris closing their eyes. So it would make sense if Chris is still the one closing their eyes in the regular narrative as well. Which means that if Chris is closing their eyes here, it's because in the regular narrative... In the regular narrative, my theory is that Azriel's controlling Chris most of the time. And so when we click on this, Chris is choosing to close their eyes. Potentially because they know it would be inappropriate to spy on their brother's stuff when their brother is right there watching. It could also be that Chris is just so distressed by what's happened to Azriel that they don't want to remind themselves of him in any more way than they have to. And then, of course, it could be that Asriel's forcing Chris's eyes closed because Asriel doesn't want Chris spying on his stuff. So there's lots of ways. No, you have the feeling you wouldn't learn anything. That's another line that feels like it has weight. Like, I hope that the people who think Asriel's alive at least think he's abusive. Like, the idea that Asriel and Flowey are more alike than people realize, the idea that Asriel was always destined to become a bit cruel, a bit heartless, and Flowey was just an extreme version of that, is interesting. I'm not necessarily saying that's true, but I would prefer... I guess what I'm saying is, I can't read these lines without feeling like it's dark in some way. It's hinting at something dark. And it's something dark regarding Chris and Asriel's relationship. Now, whether it's because Asriel's dead and it's Chris's fault, or Asriel was abusive, or whatever, I don't know. But I feel like it has to be something dark. Toby Fox doesn't write happy backstories for these characters. So yeah, you have the feeling you wouldn't learn anything. That would make perfect sense. If Asriel's already inside Chris's body, what more could Chris possibly learn about him than they already have from having him in their soul? So, yeah. Yeah. Okay. And that is it for the doors. And I'll take a break from recording now. It's certainly interesting finally getting to Queen's Mansion and reading these things. It's certainly hard for me to look at these lore hints without seeing the evidence for my theories. But as someone who is a writer and as someone who respects Toby Fox's writing, I can't help but see... Because, like, I think it's not an unusual statement to make to say that Toby Fox is going to hide hints about the reveals in this game in the form of subtle hints and subtext and such. I feel like that's a reasonable conclusion to reach. I also think it's reasonable to conclude that there's going to be plot twists and secrets and horror and trauma. I think all of that is completely reasonable. At that point, it's simply a matter of discerning the difference between details that don't matter and details that are hints to the lore. And while you're obviously free to interpret the details however you like, I do think it is correct to be looking for secondary meanings, for looking for foreshadowing, looking for hints as to the true nature of this game and of these characters and of this story. And while my conclusions may or may not be correct, I do think there's conclusions we can reach. So yeah, with all that said, I'm going to take a short break.